Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Shivers Horror Stories. I know many of you enjoy these videos to help you fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd really appreciate it if you could leave a comment letting me know where in the world you're listening from. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the video. Story 1. The Missing File. The rhythmic clacking of the keyboard echoed through the empty office, gradually fading into the oppressive silence of the late hour. It was the kind of night where the fluorescent lights above flickered ominously, the reflections casting distorted shadows on the walls. Outside, the autumn wind howled, sending leaves spiraling through the air, but inside, I was enveloped in the sterile warmth of my office. I was nearly finished with an important report, only needing a few more hours to meet the deadline. Yet every tick of the clock felt like the nagging crawl of anxiety on my skin. With a deep sigh, I leaned back in my expensive ergonomic chair, stretching out my cramped fingers. The only other sound was the faint hum of the air conditioner, keeping the space cool but somehow amplifying the solitude around me. I took a moment to glance around the room, empty but for the scattered papers and glowing screens. At times it felt like I was working in a mausoleum, where the ghosts of past tasks loomed over me. But tonight, there was something else lurking in the shadows. Rising to grab a cup of stale coffee from the pot down the hall, I paused by the window and gazed out into the darkness. The streetlights flickered like watchful eyes, illuminating the wet asphalt in a fleeting dance of light and shadow. I shivered, suddenly feeling the weight of someone else's gaze upon me. Shaking off the eerie sensation, I turned back to my desk and began to review some old files, in search of a forgotten reference. As I shuffled through the neatly organized folders, an unfamiliar manila envelope caught my attention. It was slightly torn, and the label on the front read simply, "Confidential." My heart raced with a mix of curiosity and unease. I hadn't seen this file before. I knew the company's policy about confidential documents. They were always kept under lock and key. Something was wrong. I hesitated only for a moment before tearing the envelope open. What lay inside sent an ice chill through my veins. Staring back at me were photographs, grainy images capturing moments from my life over the past year. I flipped through them in disbelief. There I was, on a train heading to work, at the cafe down the street with my friends, even at my grandmother's funeral, tears welling in my eyes as I stood by her casket. Images of me, just me, enveloped in moments of joy and sorrow, and yet all taken without my consent. A creeping panic began to seep into my thoughts as I scrutinized each photograph. There were images of my workplace, capturing the vibrant energy of my office and the faces of my colleagues. But curiously, none of them appeared to notice the camera. It was as if I was being watched through the eyes of unseen specters. My fingers trembled as I turned to the final few pictures. A mix of blurs and shadows that seemed deliberately blurred, yet somehow aware of the focus directed on me. The last image shook me to my core. It was taken from a distance, a grainy snapshot of me standing alone outside my apartment building, the day I had come home to find my front door slightly ajar. I clutched the file, suddenly aware of the hum of the air conditioner morphing into a low, ominous growl, almost as if it were sensing my fear. I felt a chill run down my spine as I imagined the implications of what I had just uncovered. Someone had been watching me, tracking my every move, every word murmured in conversation. Every thought left unguarded. A primal urge pushed me to escape, to run into the night and scream for help, but something rooted me in place. I needed answers. With hurried determination, I grabbed my phone and dialed my friend Jenna, a tech analyst who had always had my back. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times, before it shifted to a voicemail. Feeling increasingly anxious, I left a message, my voice trembling. "Jenna, I need your help. Something isn't right. Call me back, please." Hung up, biting my lip, half tempted to call again. Instead, I turned my attention back to the file, scouring for any identifiable markers. Names. Dates. Anything that could help me figure out who had compiled this collection of horrific memories. I flipped through the photographs again, inspecting the edges in vain hope of a clue. And it was then I noticed something strange in each one. A dark figure lurking in the background, a shadow that seemed to follow me through the year. I squinted, feeling sick as the realization washed over me. They weren't just photographs, they were evidence. My mind raced with wild allegations, while a sickening hollowness settled in my stomach. How long had this been happening? How many other people might have similar files? Was I being watched right now? In this very moment? I tore my gaze from the photo to the door, half expecting to see it swing open to reveal that shadowy figure from the images. Heart pounding, I stood and approached the office door, carefully pressing my ear against its hollow warmth, listening intently as the wind howled outside. Silence. There was only silence. A small part of me urged to flee, but I forced myself to remain calm. I needed to gather evidence for my investigation. I needed to know if someone was really watching me. With renewed determination, I placed the photographs back into the file and returned to my desk to retrieve my laptop. I started searching online for surveillance laws, whether anyone had reported similar crimes, and ways to protect oneself from stalkers. Each new page I opened fed my dread. Stories of harassment and obsession swirled through the digital universe, including unsettling tales of untraceable figures, whispers in the dark of night. People vanished without a trace. As I immersed myself in the information, a disturbing sensation prickled the back of my neck. Someone was watching me. A cold rush of dread gripped my heart as I glanced around the empty office, remembering the photographs. Had those shadows always been there? Suddenly the lights flickered, plunging the office into momentary darkness, before the harsh fluorescent glow returned with a crackle. I froze, the silence wrapping around me like a vice. I should have felt at ease, knowing I was alone. But something deep inside warned me that being alone in that moment was the most dangerous place to be. The hairs on my arms stood on end, and without thinking, I rushed to shut down my laptop and shuffle the papers into my bag. I was desperate to get out, to escape the fluorescent glow that had become a symbol of entrapment. Just as I reached for my phone again, it lit up with a notification. And that's when I saw it, a dark figure reflected in the glass of my office door. Panic surged within me, my breath quickening as I slowly turned around, heart pounding, practically echoing in the small room. My throat felt parched, and before I could muster any courage, the figure dissolved into the shadows beyond the frosted glass, leaving behind a suffocating air of terror. I bolted for the exit, flinging the door wide open. But the moment I stepped into the hallway, I felt something heavy blocking my path. There it was again, that silhouette now illuminated in the glow of the exit sign. Slender and tall, its outline a distorted puzzle of grotesque limbs. My eyes widened with fear, and I stumbled backward, retreating into the safety of the office before slamming the door shut. With trembling hands, I fumbled for my keys, desperately searching for a way to lock and barricade myself, as the realization hit me. I was not the only one in this office. There were other employees, other shadows lurking, and though I had always felt comfortable here, I realized now that I had been living within the confines of someone else's nightmare. As I sunk to the floor, clutching the file tight against my chest, The darkness loomed around me. I heard the faintest sound, soft footsteps, an echoing reminder that I was not alone. In that moment, everything shifted. I wasn't just a victim. I was a player in a dangerous game, and I was about to uncover the chilling truth behind the missing file. As the shadows deepened, enveloping me, I knew one thing for certain. I needed to survive whatever came next. Story 2. The basement light. Moving into a new home is often like standing on the brink of an adventure. You imagine the possibilities, with fresh memories waiting to be created. And often, the hidden ghosts of the past are left unconsidered. My journey began with excitement, yet that joy quickly morphed into a sensation I couldn't quite place, like a shadow lurking just outside my field of vision. Persistent and watchful, the house was a modest two-story structure that bore the scars of age, its clapboard siding weathered by storms, and the once vibrant paint now faded and peeling. But it had character, something I craved after living in cookie-cutter apartments for years. The basement, however, was a different story altogether. Despite being only a few steps down, it felt like entering another world. The air thick with a damp chill and a sense of foreboding. I discovered the flickering light on my second night. It drew my gaze like a moth to a flame. The bulb hung low from the ceiling, buzzing quietly as if trying to communicate through static electricity. It flickered in the same erratic rhythm every night around midnight. I brushed off my initial discomfort, dismissing it as faulty wiring, something that was easy to fix, easy to ignore. Yet, as the nights stretched into weeks, I found myself more intrigued than frightened. Each flicker seemed to be a beckoning, a lure into the depths below the house. Finally, one night, curiosity overruled my caution. I grabbed a flashlight and descended the creaking wooden steps, the sound echoing softly against the damp stone wall. The light bulb flickered as I reached the bottom, and the darkness beyond the meager glow seemed almost tangible, a thick curtain that pressed against my skin. I shone the flashlight around, illuminating the corners of the basement filled with dilapidated furniture. Old crates, a rusted bicycle, and an ancient rocking chair that creaked even when still. It felt as though the objects were mere relics of an era long gone, whispering secrets I was destined to uncover. And then, there it was, the source of my intrigue. An old desk lay huddled against the far wall, shrouded in a thin layer of dust. It was a sturdy piece adorned with intricate carvings, but its surface was marred by age. As I approached, I noticed an antique calendar pinned to the wall above it. My breath caught in my throat. The calendar was something out of a time long forgotten. Each square was filled with neatly written dates, some encircled in bright red ink. Others were crossed out entirely. I leaned closer, forcing my eyes to adjust to the dim light. My heart raced as I traced the dates, each marked with ominous names and phrases, scrawled in an unsettling hand. And then, like a bolt of lightning, my name leaped off the page at me. There it was, standing stark against the yellowed paper. My name, penned in looping, almost elegant cursive, accompanied by a date happening very soon. A chill washed over me, and I stumbled backward, the light flickering violently as if alarmed by my sudden movement. As I steadied myself, the air grew thicker, heavier, wrapping around me like the embrace of some malevolent spirit. I had moved into a house steeped in a history I had unknowingly inherited. The basement light continued its stuttering flicker, now casting frantic shadows that seemed to dance and sway with a life of their own. Panic began to seep in, but I willed myself to stay calm. There had to be an explanation, A previous tenant who had either been a fan of scheduling, or perhaps had notoriety I was unaware of. I would search for answers, I told myself, pushing aside the mounting dread nipping at the edges of my mind. The following day, I ventured to the local library, fueled by a curiosity that could only be quenched with knowledge. As I combed through dusty archives and old newspapers, fragments of discordant history began to surface. The house had once belonged to the Ward family, a couple who disappeared under mysterious circumstances nearly 30 years ago. Whispers of strange occurrences and curses surrounded their tragic fate. They had left behind only echoes and rumors, unfurling like a black cloud over the town. With each discovered detail, my unease deepened. The Ward family had been widely regarded as the harbingers of doom in the neighborhood, marked by a series of devastating events that left a trail of tragedy in their wake. It seemed no one dared to speak their names, as if uttering them could somehow summon their lingering spirits. I returned home once again, eager but anxious to put the pieces of this puzzle together. Night fell, bringing with it the usual silence that blanketed the house. The flickering basement light was still calling for me, its whimsy taunting my resolve. But this time, I felt almost compelled to dive deeper. Descending the stairs, I found the atmosphere vastly changed. The light above me shivered more violently than before. Shadows slipped across the walls, transformed by the mad flickering, and I felt the weight of unseen eyes bearing down on me. I approached the desk once again, my pulse pounding in my ears as I examined the calendar, desperate to understand what it all meant. Suddenly a paper slipped out from beneath the calendar, fluttering to the floor like a falling leaf. I picked it up, noticing it was a letter, yellowed and frayed at the edges. It was addressed simply to you, the sender left unmarked. Hesitantly, I unfolded it, my breath hitching. In the night, it grows stronger. Light will show you the way, dear one. Do as it says, and perhaps you shall find peace. But do not stray far, for darkness has its own will. I could hardly breathe as the implications of those words sunk in. What was happening? Who had written this letter, and why? The fear coiling inside me turned into a hard knot as I looked upward at the flickering light. It seemed to pulse in rhythm with my racing heart, beckoning me to its source. Find me. A whisper curled through the air, wrapping around me like an ethereal thread. I pivoted sharply, but there was nothing there. The warmth of the light now carried a sinister edge. Before I could convince myself to flee, my gaze landed on the calendar again. The date marked with my name was now just a day away. Was it a warning or an invitation? That night, sleep refused to find me. As the clock struck midnight, the flickering escalated into a wild strobe, illuminating the way to the desk. Returning to the basement felt less like choice and more like compulsion. I stepped hesitantly onto that cold floor, shivering as the light danced ominously above me. The temperature plummeted, and I could see my breath puffing out in front of me, fragile and weak. Finally, a deep trembling began, resonating through the ground beneath my feet. I could feel my heartbeat thrumming loudly, sensing with the flickering light, until darkness surged around me. A living, breathing. The shadows stretched and twisted, morphing into strange shapes that tugged at my sanity. I gripped the desk, grounding myself against the cyclone of terror whirling around me. As I looked at the date, my name informed me of what was to come. I heard them, low murmurs cascading through the corners of darkness, rising above the chaos. They grew louder, a cacophony that overwhelmed my senses. You did this. You awakened us. I fell to my knees as the spectral forms solidified into tormented faces. They lingered just outside the reach of the light, their expressions twisted with sorrow and malice. The basement light pulsed. Again. This time brightening just enough to illuminate their ghastly features. Ward family, help us. The desperation in their voices was palpable, sending frigid tendrils of dread deep into my bones. Yet enraptured by fear and realization, a chilling understanding emerged. I wasn't merely an occupant in this house. I was somehow entwined in their fate. As the presence swelled, the calendar's ominous dates took on weighty significance. Their sorrowful urgency bore down on me like an anchor into history. Do not stray from the light, one of them shouted. But the message was blurred. Terrifying instinct urged me to listen, to heed the warning. And I understood that to stray too far was to succumb to the hungry darkness that encroached. The basement light flickered one last time, with irreversible intensity, then extinguished entirely, plunging me into the abyss where the cold shadows clamored for my spirit. In a futile frenzy, I thrust my hands in front of me to find the desk, seeking a connection to the realm of humanity I had just so willingly explored. But before my hand could find purchase, the darkness whispered my name with ghastly delight. You belong to us now. The light flickered once more, growing dimmer until only the distant echo of my heartbeat remained, joining the mournful chorus of the Ward family that echoed in the depths of the night. I had become yet another soul woven into the fabric of their unholy existence, forever waiting for the dawn that might never come. Story 3. The Neighbor's Secret. There are few occasions in life that fill you with that strange cocktail of excitement and dread. Moving to a new town was one such moment. As my car rolled into the driveway of my new home, I couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding in the air, as if the very ground beneath my feet held secrets. The house next door was quaint, old but charming, with ivy creeping up the sides like fingers, reaching for something just beyond its grasp. A family lived there, I soon discovered. During my first weeks, they waved and smiled, inviting me to share a cup of coffee. Welcome to the neighborhood, Mrs. Stillwell chirped, her gray curls bouncing as she approached, a plate of cookies in hand. Her husband, Mr. Stillwell, stood behind her, nodding silently. He was an imposing figure, a tower of muscle with sharp eyes that seemed to cut through the gathering clouds. Things appeared idyllic as summer days turned into cool autumn evenings. We shared laughter, occasional barbecues, and even some secrets, but there was a strange undercurrent I couldn't quite place. Once, when they thought I wasn't listening, I overheard them have a heated argument through the thin walls of my home. "Where are the bodies, Harold?" Mrs. Stillwell hissed. The words struck like a bolt of lightning. What bodies? I pressed my ear against the wall, heart racing. My imagination spiraled as I pictured them deeply buried, breathing their last breath in the Stillwells' backyard. "Just do it. Get rid of them," she urged, her voice lowering to a conspiratorial whisper. "Calm down, Miriam," he replied, the tension palpable. "It's not like anyone's going to find them." Anyone? A chill crawled up my spine. In the days that followed, their seemingly wholesome lives hung like a heavy chain around my neck. I watched the Stillwells with cautious eyes, curious about their late-night activities. The way they meticulously tended their backyard with unusual fervor, their whispers barely audible through drawn curtains. The unease festered within me, compelling me to uncover the truth, even if it meant stumbling unwittingly into something horrifying. Armed with curiosity, and more than a touch of recklessness, I decided one moonless night to investigate. I waited until their lights flickered off, plunging their home into darkness before slipping out of my house. My heart drummed a frantic rhythm as I crept along the worn path adjoining our yards, shrouded in shadows, the oppressive silence broken only by the crunch of fallen leaves beneath my feet. Approaching their secluded backyard, I could feel the weight of the night closing in around me. The air hung thick with the scent of damp earth, and something else, something rusty. I crouched low, peering through a gap in their wooden fence, straining to see through the veil of darkness. There it was, a wooden shed, its paint flaking and weathered by years of neglect. The Stillwells often spoke of it as a hobby space, where tools lay dormant and projects awaited fruition. My gut twisted. I had seen the look in Mr. Stillwell's eyes when he mentioned it. There was a glimmer behind them, something that promised fear and danger. Suddenly, the shed creaked open, casting a sliver of pale light onto the ground. I ducked lower, heart pounding in my ears. There was Harold, standing silhouetted against the opening, a heavy canvas bag slung over his shoulder. He glanced around, eyes darting in the darkness. I held my breath, praying the rustle of my clothes wouldn't give me away. "Miriam, help me out here," he shouted into the night. The urgency in his voice sent cold prickles crawling across my skin. I couldn't see her, but a moment later, Mrs. Stillwell emerged from the gloom. She carried a flashlight, its beam sweeping the ground erratically. "Hurry up, we don't have much time before the moon rises," she instructed, her voice sharp as shards of glass. Fear gnawed at my core as they fumbled with whatever lay inside the shed. I edged closer, the adrenaline surging through me. My mind raced with images of gruesome acts, but I refused to let my imagination spiral out of control. Surely there had to be an explanation. Why can't we just wait until the weekend? Harold whispered, anxiety lacing his tone. There might be someone watching us right now. Miriam laughed softly, but the sound was hollow, devoid of true joy. "You always worry too much, my dear. Just think of the prize at the end of this. Think of the space we'll have. It'll be worth it." I felt nauseous, my instincts screaming at me to turn back. But there was a morbid curiosity compelling me onward, and as I peered around the shed, I caught a glimpse of something half buried beneath the fallen leaves. Digging deep into the earth was a rusted box, its hinged lid slightly ajar. I crouched closer, heart racing as I reached for it, the buildup of earth beneath my fingertips. A cacophony of whispers echoed behind me, causing my heart to plummet. "When it's done, we can finally be free," Miriam said, her voice just above a whisper. Freedom? A prize? What could they possibly mean? I needed to know. With trembling hands, I pried the box open. The hinges squeaked in protest, and inside lay an assortment of grim artifacts, tarnished silverware, a missing child's bracelet encrusted in the dark patina of decay, and a collection of photographs, the smiling faces of people long... My stomach churned, bile rising as I recognized one of the faces as a local boy who had vanished 2 years ago. What the hell was happening? Just as my mind began to connect the dots, a sudden noise broke through my thoughts, a sound that sent my blood freezing. The backyard gate swung open, and a neighbor emerged from the side street, casually walking his dog. The Stillwells froze, their eyes wide, faces drained of color. Looking for something? He called nonchalantly. Harold turned white, but Miriam stepped forward, cornering him with her composed demeanor. "Just clearing out some old things. Nothing to worry about." The words came out too easy, too rehearsed. but I could see the stark panic flickering behind her eyes. For a moment, I was paralyzed. Do I stay and confront them? Another instinct kicked in, fueled by primal fear as I backed away slowly, careful not to make a sound. The moments stretched like a taut wire, and just as I was turning to slip back safely into the shadows, a snapping twig underfoot shattered the delicate balance of the night. Miriam! Harold! The neighbor jerked his head towards me, feigning casual curiosity that barely masked the icy tension in the air. I bolted, panic rearing its head, leaving the nightmare behind in a frenzy of heartbeats and hastily drawn breaths. I made it home, barricading myself inside. And though the Stillwells had been cordial and friendly, I now recognized the malicious facade they wore. I didn't sleep that night, nor the night after. Dark thoughts slithered into my consciousness, whispering secrets I dared not acknowledge. In the days that followed, I observed the Stillwells closely, their friendly smiles now laced with sinister undertones. I became an unwilling witness. Every evening, they would venture into the backyard for seemingly innocent activities, all the while concealing that ominous secret. The following weekend, I gathered enough courage, bolstered by fear and determination, to go to the local sheriff. I reported my suspicions, giving him as many details as I could, recounting the hushed conversations, the box in the shed, and the artifacts I had uncovered. The sheriff looked skeptical, but promised to send someone by to have a chat. A few days passed, and I watched from my window as police cars pulled up to the Stillwell house. Moments later, the door swung open, and the officers stepped in with stoic expressions. Hours ticked by like the slow tolling of a bell. I scoured the backyard, desperately wishing I could see but only able to perceive the stillness that once surrounded me. Finally, as night enveloped the town, the officers emerged, looking solemn and bewildered. There were no arrests made, but whispers filled the air, and the Stillwells quickly vanished, leaving their house and lives behind without even a wave goodbye. In the months that followed, I never learned the full scope of their secret or what truly lay beneath their yard. The house stood empty, the shutters drawn tight against the world outside. A ghost of horror lingered within those walls, and it would remain buried deep in the earth, forever locking away its dark tale. Days turned to weeks, a visitor went missing, and still, I never dared to tell anyone about it. As I walked past the empty house, the wind would whisper through its broken windows, as if recounting the secrets of bloody bags and lost souls. The neighbors I had once trusted became mere echoes in my thoughts, but their concealment remained ingrained in my memory, long after the shadows had receded. Something dark lurked in that house, binding it to the earth beneath, a chilling reminder of the grisly truth. Some neighbors keep secrets, not only from the world outside, but even from one another. Story 4. Forgotten Memories. It all started on a rainy Sunday afternoon, when the sound of raindrops drumming against the attic window echoed in a gentle rhythm. I had decided to clear out my grandmother's attic, a place that had always seemed more like an ancient cave filled with dust and shadows than a treasure trove of nostalgia. Bins packed to the brim with forgotten memories beckoned to me. And beneath a frayed quilt, I unearthed a dusty cardboard box, its corners worn and edges frayed. Curiosity piqued, I pulled the box from beneath the quilt, brushing off specks of dust that danced in the dim light. The box groaned slightly as I opened it, revealing a stack of faded photographs. Each one was more haunting than the last, though they cast a nostalgic spell over me. My fingers trembled as I carefully sifted through the images. Some depicted family gatherings, my grandmother in her younger days, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, their eyes darting as if they were attempting to escape the frame. Others were candid shots of children playing in the grass, Or were they just shadows flitting across the image? The colors had faded to an unsettling sepia tone that made it hard to distinguish joy from sorrow. But amidst the distortion of time, one photograph caught my breath. I froze, staring at a familiar figure standing in the center of the frame. It was me, or at least a version of me from years past. My hair was a tousled mess, my smile wide, but the setting was unfamiliar. I sat on a swing in what appeared to be an abandoned playground, shrouded by overgrown weeds and tangled vines. A sense of dread clutching at my insides led me to question. When had this been taken? How could I not remember such a vital moment in my life? A chill crawled up my spine. I carefully flipped to the next photograph, and my heart thudded heavily in my chest. Another image showed me again. This time, my expression contorted into what could only be described as despair. The landscape in the background was that of the same dilapidated playground, but this time it was dust, and shadows loomed like phantoms, ready to swallow me whole. Why don't I remember this? I whispered to the emptiness of the attic. The photos were an enigma. They screamed of lost time, and sealed memories that shouldn't have been hidden. I rifled through the remaining photographs, each turn of the glossy paper revealing unsettling images. A woman, a stranger, stared intensely into the camera, her dark eyes seemingly peering into my very soul. She wore an old-fashioned white dress that fluttered as if caught in an unseen breeze. The background was a murky forest, dark and twisted, vaguely similar to the sinister woods bordering my grandmother's property. In another photograph, she clutched a bloody doll, a grin plastered upon her face, eyes glistening with a manic glee that made me shiver. With growing apprehension, I scrutinized each photo, now realizing they all contained clues that pulled the thin thread of my sanity. There were a few more showing me, always in that wretched playground, always accompanied by that haunting woman. In one, she stood directly behind me, her mouth moving as if she were whispering dark secrets in my ear. In another, I appeared to be crying, a spread of tears becoming dark splotches against the rusted swing set. Everything in me wanted to scream, to banish these memories to the depths of my mind where they belonged. An unshakable urge gripped me to discover the truth. Who was that woman? Why couldn't I remember being there? I turned back to the surviving memories, focusing on the fleeting moments just before my fear engulfed me. Each pose, each expression woven into the photographs didn't belong to me, or who I believed myself to be. I felt compelled to investigate, to seek answers that had lain dormant for far too long. I decided to go downstairs, grab a coat, and venture into the now stormy evening to the playground shown in the photographs. As I stepped outside, the air morphed around me, thick and full of unspoken words. My heart raced with both anticipation and terror. The trees loomed over me, stark shadows stretching like fingers, trying to pull me into their depths. A couple of streetlights flickered overhead, each serving as a feeble reminder of safety as I walked briskly through the rain-soaked streets. The playground came into view like a specter from another world. I hesitated at the entrance, the rusty gate creaking ominously as I pushed it open. The swings swayed gently, despite the stillness that hung heavy in the air. The darkness buzzed around me, both inviting and forbidding. Forgotten how enchanting yet eerie this place could be. Could the woman be here? I felt her presence like a palpable force, the hair on the back of my neck rising. The memories coiled around my thoughts, binding me in a tight grip, forcing me closer to the swings. With each hesitant step, 1,000 thoughts darted through my mind. I swallowed hard, lost in a fog of dread, yet mesmerized by the sanctuary of shadows lurking in the corners. I approached the swings, the soft rustling of leaves shivering my spine. The ground felt uneven beneath my feet, and as I grimaced, I glanced over my shoulder. Nothing. Just the dilapidated frame of the playground amidst the whispering trees. Why did I forget? I whispered to the trees, my voice small and trembling. What did you do to me? Then I turned and she stood there. Heart thundered in my chest. The same woman from the photographs, just as ethereal and just as sinister, her smile stretching unnaturally across her face. I stepped back, breaths quickening as dread enveloped me like a suffocating shroud. Do you remember me? She cooed, voice dripping with sweetness yet laced with serpentine venom. I opened my mouth to speak, but the words wouldn't come. I wanted to shout, run, to flee, but I felt my feet planted to the ground, anchoring me in place. Don't you remember the games we played? Memories surged within me, broken fragments piercing the haze of confusion like shards of glass. The laughter, the games, the feeling of abandoning caution. My mind struggled to piece together who I had been then, drowning in the flood of terror that threatened to consume me. I turned to run, but she reached out for me, her icy fingers just brushing against my shoulder. Instantly, the world spun. I was plunged into darkness. In an instant realization, an overwhelming wave of understanding washed over me. I didn't just forget her. I had buried her deep within the recesses of my mind. A trickster from my childhood, a missed playdate turned malefic. All those years I had rejected that part of myself, fleeing the weight of her existence as the darkness of the world twisted around us. I stumbled backward, gasping as the memories flooded back like water breaking through a dam. I had played hide and seek in this playground, but she had hidden too well. I had turned my back on her, and she had woken up, her laughter echoing like a sinister promise. With one final glance, I turned and ran, breaking free from the fog of memory and stepping into the sanctuary of the streetlights. But as I fled, I could hear her voice trailing behind me, soft and hypnotic. Why did you forget, my friend? We have so much more to play. And long into the night, the rain continued to fall, mixing with the echoes of forgotten memories. Story 5. The Disappearing Cat. It was a late summer evening when my world was turned upside down. The sun hung low in the sky, casting amber hues over the neighborhood, and I called out for my cat, Moxie, as I had done countless times before. Moxie, come on, girl. My voice echoed through the dusk, blending with the familiar sounds of cicadas and rustling leaves. But this time, there was no response. At first, I brushed it off as her usual rebellious streak. Moxie was known for disappearing for hours, chasing imaginary creatures or sunbathing in a hidden spot. She had a knack for slipping into the shadows of the world. But as the days turned to weeks and my calls fell on deaf ears, an unsettling fear wrapped around my heart like a vice. I plastered the neighborhood with missing cat posters, each one adorned with a picture of her, a fierce little ball of fur with emerald green eyes. Days turned into the kind of heavy, quiet weeks that felt like they would never end. I combed the streets, knocked on doors, and enlisted the help of my neighbors, some of whom offered condolences, while others shared their own stories of missing pets. A few people mentioned having seen a strange cat lurking near the edge of the woods, but it was never Moxie. Still, I held on to hope. Each morning, I woke early, stepping out onto my porch, coffee in one hand, and Moxie's favorite tuna treats in the other. I would shake the bag, hoping to lure her out of her hiding spot with the promise of food. To me, She was never just a cat. She was family. The companion who had seen me through the most brutal years of my life. The quiet peace of our home felt like an echo of an unsettling absence. It wasn't until one sultry afternoon, as I sat on my front steps staring into the fading light, that an odd shift broke through the monotony of grief. My neighbor, Mrs. Hargrove, beckoned me over from her own porch. She was a sweet old lady, known for baking pies every Sunday and sharing them with the neighborhood. As I walked over, the air thickened with apprehension, a sensation that gnawed at me. "Dear, I found something while I was cleaning out my shed." She looked frail, her bony hands shaking as she pulled something from beneath a pile of old gardening tools. My heart raced with anticipation when I saw the glint of metal. Slowly, she revealed a small silver collar. My breath caught in my throat. "That's Moxie's collar," I exclaimed, snatching it from her hand. The name tag was scratched, but still readable, and a twinge of hope surged through me. "Where did you find it?" Mrs. Hargrove's eyes darted to the open shed door behind her. It was hidden behind some boxes. I didn't think much of it at first, but then I had a feeling. You know how strange things can happen in a neighborhood like ours. Like how? She hesitated, her fingers nervously twisting the collar in her hands. "Last month, I heard strange noises at night, yowling, but not like a cat's. More like something desperate, something lost." With blood pounding in my ears, curiosity fought with dread as I crossed the threshold into her shed. Inside, darkness cloaked the corners, and a musty smell filled the space. A rickety old table sat against the far wall, adorned with rusted gardening tools and a few pieces of warped furniture. The collar clutched in my hand felt heavier, as if it carried the weight of Moxie's fate. "Are you sure you want to look?" Mrs. Hargrove asked, a tremor in her voice. I rummaged through the shed, stumbling over old crates and dusty flower pots. My mind raced with visions of Moxie trapped, her green eyes pleading for rescue. I stopped abruptly when I noticed something beneath a pile of soil bags in the corner. Pushing aside the bags revealed a cage. It was faintly illuminated by a slant of bright light filtering through the crack of the door. My heart sank as I knelt beside it. It was small but sturdy. A chill slithered down my spine as I noticed dark smears on the floor, leading to the cage, a trail that looked unnervingly like... "Mrs. Hargrove, what is this doing here?" I whispered, fear coiling in my stomach. "Sweetheart, I don't know. I thought it was just old junk. All the kids have been talking about strange happenings lately." Just then, a faint rustle emerged from beyond the door, snapping my attention. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled while the sound grew louder. There was something out there lurking, poised to slip into the shed with us. I glanced back at Mrs. Hargrove, whose eyes widened with panic. "Get out," she urged, her voice breaking. But something in the shadows seemed to pulse more threateningly. And I could feel my feet grounding to the floor. As I turned back, a vision struck my mind. A jagged figure like a carved idol. At first it was barely perceptible, combined with the shadows, but then, as the light shifted, I saw it clearly. A gaunt, emaciated man, his skin stretched tight against his bones, a sinister grin plastered across his face. The air became thick with his intent. I scrambled to my feet, clutching Moxie's collar. and back toward the door. "We need to leave, now." But the man spoke, his voice gravelly and soaked in malice. "You're searching for something, aren't you?" He tilted his head, the action flowing unnaturally, as if he didn't quite fit into the realm of human. "So many cats come and go. This neighborhood is perfect for my collection." My stomach churned. I remembered the rumors I had heard, the disappearances that were quietly forgotten, the sudden absences of pets that seemed to vanish without a trace. "You're lying," I shouted, panic rising with the knowledge that I had wandered into a sinister truth. Without hesitation, I darted past him through the door, pulling Mrs. Hargrove with me. We sprinted down the path, adrenaline fueling our legs. The shadows seemed to thicken behind us, clawing for our ankles. A scream echoed in my mind, drowning out the sound of our pounding hearts. Once we reached my home, I barricaded the door before calling the police. Though it felt futile, I needed to alert them about the man in the shed. However, when the officers arrived, the shed was empty. Save for the old woman's gardening tools, the dark secrets vanished like ghosts. As days turned into weeks, fear anchored itself to my body, gripping and squeezing. Moxie's collar remained a constant reminder of my failure, a token of the darkness I had barely escaped. And as autumn colored the trees, the air grew heavy with dread and mystery. The sorrowful meows of other cats in the neighborhood still echoed through the void she left behind. But I never saw Moxie again. The sense of dread always lingered, like an oppressive fog that never truly lifted, reminding me that some neighborhoods carry darker stories, stories woven into the very fabric of their existence. And the shadowed man still haunted my dreams, a reminder that behind the most ordinary of facades can lie the deepest horrors, waiting to pull you into the abyss. Story 6. The note in my locker. I had always been an ordinary high school student, more focused on homework and soccer practice than the social life that thrived around me. However, all that changed on a damp Monday morning when I opened my locker and found something unusual waiting for me amid the usual clutter. It was a folded piece of paper, simple yet enigmatic, marked with a neat writing style that seemed almost too pristine for a public hallway. "Good morning, Sarah," it read. "You wore that blue sweater last Friday. Looks nice on you." My heart raced as I pulled the note from its hiding place. Who had written this? The message was oddly specific, almost unnervingly so. There were no signatures, no hints of a sender's identity, only the simple acknowledgement of my outfit, a detail I had considered inconsequential. I shrugged it off, attributing it to some silly prank by classmates who enjoyed playing mind games. For the rest of the day I tried to disregard the note, but the weight of its presence hung upon my shoulders like an anchor. My friends and I joked about who might have left it, fueling the idealistic visions of secret admirers and mischief makers. Little did I know that my fantasy of a harmless love note would soon devolve into something dark and sinister. The next morning, I hesitated before approaching my locker, anticipating another note. My heart pounded as I swung open the metal door, my breath catching when I saw yet another folded piece of paper nestled within. This one was shorter, but veered into unsettling territory. "Don't walk home alone today. The alley is unsafe." A cold shiver trickled down my spine. The alley adjacent to the school was always dark. During winter, the sun barely seeped through the skeletal branches overhead even in the daylight. I dismissed it as a coincidence and shrugged it off. Maybe someone had simply overheard me talking about how I often took that route, instead of the longer one. Not 30 minutes later, as I strolled toward home alongside my best friend Lisa, I recounted my morning's discoveries, laughing nervously at my wild imagination. But when I mentioned the note about the alley, Lisa's smile faded. "I heard about someone getting mugged in that alley last week. she said, her expression laced with concern. "You should be careful." "Sure, but how would someone know I'd take that route?" I shot back, my courage bolstered by her presence. Yet, a creeping sensation of unease slithered into my mind, making me glance back at the shadows lurking in the corners of my vision. The next few days followed a bleak pattern. A new note in my locker every morning chronicled my life, detailing my activities with excruciating precision. Each message grew more unnerving, veering into dangerous territory. "Choice of lunch today, chicken nuggets." "Good choice, but don't stay too long in the cafeteria. You never know who's watching. Great job on your geometry test. But don't forget to avoid the art wing after school. I would hate for you to lose things, or people. Remember, every choice comes with a consequence." My head spun with dread as I read each note. Someone was watching me, and now they had become my shadow. I confided in Lisa, but she brushed it off, caught up in preteen drama that I couldn't help but envy. "Sarah, no one is stalking you. Maybe it's just someone who likes your style. You're just overthinking it." But these notes felt like a countdown, a game whose rules were unclear. With each passing day, fear gripped tighter, ensnaring me like a trap. How could I convince my friends, my teachers, my parents that there was a danger lurking just beneath the surface of my life? On Friday, the final note landed with a vicious thud. I tore it open, my heart pounding as if in sync with the rapid beats of my anxiety. "Tonight, at 10 p.m. Be at the old abandoned greenhouse. It's a choice you must make. If you don't, there will be dire consequences. Your friend will pay for your inaction." The final sentence sent shivers cascading throughout my body. It felt personal yet hard to understand. The greenhouse had been out of commission for years. It sat on the outskirts of town, vines climbing over cracked stone, its windows shattered, giving the skeletal structure an even eerier aspect. "What do you want from me?" I whispered into the empty air of the girls' locker room after everyone else had left. My voice, a strained whimper. That night, I lay wide awake, trapped in a cage of terror as the minutes passed, counting down to the hour that seemed to stretch into infinity. I barely managed to keep Lisa and my family in the dark, unable to confess the bizarre threats looming over me. But now I thought about her, about how I would never forgive myself if anything happened to her because of my refusal. At exactly 9:45 p.m., I found myself standing at the edge of the moonlit path leading to the greenhouse, wind rustling the trees, whispering caution. Every shadow became a sentient entity, and every gust echoed a voice. This is a terrible idea, I thought. But the fear of what could happen to Lisa propelled me forward. I stepped over the threshold and into the icy embrace of the shattered greenhouse. A chill seeped through my skin as I surveyed my surroundings. Glass crunched underfoot, and the air was thick with an unsettling stillness. It felt wrong, almost like walking into a funeral, the air heavy with unspoken dread. Time dragged painfully. I looked around, each second amplifying the agonizing silence, echoing my heartbeats. Then, from the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of movement. My breath caught as I turned slowly, only to be met with the sight of a figure cloaked in darkness, shrouded by a hood. "Finally, you came," it hissed, the voice sharp and menacing. "Who are you? What do you want?" I cried, panic surging through my veins. It stepped forward, revealing a face obscured by a mask. an unnervingly blank expression which sent a fresh wave of dread crashing over me. Your choices are not only yours, they affect others. If you don't play my game, your friend will suffer. It reached out a hand, moving slowly, as if savoring my growing horror. You will choose, your life or theirs. You have only a moment. Choose wisely. Adrenaline charged my body, and panic surged as I thought of Lisa, alone at home, blissfully unaware of the torment I had unleashed upon us. No! I shouted, the words rising from the depths of my soul, desperation melding with bravery. I am done being afraid. You think you can control me? You're nothing but a coward hiding behind a mask. The figure recoiled, its eyes burning with rage beneath the mask. You will regret this choice. In that moment, the facade cracked. The figure lunged forward and instinct kicked in. I shoved past it, fear and fury propelling me through the door, sprinting toward the night, as if my life depended on it, because it did. The distant echo of frantic footsteps followed me, a whispered promise that this was far from over. As the night engulfed me, I vowed not only to protect myself, but to uncover the identity of my tormentor, to bring the darkness to light. I had escaped tonight, but I wouldn't leave my friend unguarded any longer. Tomorrow, I would tell someone. Tomorrow, I would take back my life. No notes in my locker would command me like a puppet ever again. Story 7. The wind howled outside, shaking the old wooden frames of my house, long neglected by modernity. It was a cruel night, with lightning slicing through the sky like a razor-sharp blade, illuminating the world in brief flashes. I curled deeper under my threadbare blanket, cradling my phone in one hand. Late-night television droned on in the background, a haphazard mix of banality and horror, but I was too tired to concentrate on it. It had been a long week at the office, the grayness of my cubicle seeping into my soul. Suddenly, the shrill sound of my ringtone sliced through the silence, jarring me awake. Glanced at the screen. Blocked number. My heart raced with that strange cocktail of dread and curiosity. It was now past midnight, and I should have ignored it, but a bubbling sense of foreboding coaxed me to answer. "Hello?" I whispered, trying to keep my voice steady, my body tense as I awkwardly shifted my weight, sitting up straight in bed. A moment of thick silence followed, a heavy pause that felt like the weight of years pressing down on my chest. Just as I considered hanging up, a voice emerged from the other end, cold and raspy, like the rustling of dead leaves in a graveyard. "Do you remember?" Croaked. "Who is this?" I stammered, struggling to disguise my fear. My hand trembled, and I shifted my gaze around the room. The shadows lurking in corners seemed darker. Watching, there was a low chuckle, and then the voice continued. "I know what you've done. The things you're hiding from everyone, even from yourself." I felt my blood run cold, realization sinking in like iron chains. The phantom of my own shame, long buried under layers of denial, rose up to meet me. The voice knew. How could it know? "It's your secret, isn't it? The one you've buried so deep you've forgotten it was ever there." The voice continued, taunting me as if it were peeling back the layers of the past with each word. "You thought you could escape it? Wash it away. Stop it," I hissed, rising to my feet, my heart hammering. Panic clawed at my throat, and with a sudden determination I yelled into the phone. "Who are you? What do you want?" The laugh that came next was chilling, reverberating through the receiver, wrapping around me like a vice. I knew. I am the echo of what you fear most, and you've let me fester in the shadows long enough. I'm here to remind you, to drag you back to the surface. My throat tightened, memories crashing back in on me like waves during a storm. I swayed as flashes of faces, events, and dark corners of my life overwhelmed my senses. A trip to a distant cottage years ago, the laughter among friends that soon turned to blood-chilling silence. A friend who had been more than just a friend until everything shattered like glass on concrete. James, I murmured, a name like a curse on my lips. Do you understand now? The voice gurgled, dripping with malevolence. You hid it so well, but I am here to reawaken it. The guilt of that night, the terror that still haunts you, it's time to face what you've become. A hollow dread seeped into my bones. That night had been cloaked in drunkenness, shadows moving behind our raucous laughter, until everything went wrong, spiraling out of control like a cork flying from a champagne bottle. I could still see James' haunting eyes, feel his blood on my hands, feel the world shatter. Stop! You don't know anything, I shouted, clutching the phone tightly, my fingers sore. Don't I? The voice sneered. I know the truth. How you were the one who pushed him, who let the madness slip from your grasp. The one who failed to save him. No? Screamed, my voice echoing in the room against the muted whir of the television. You're lying. Oh, am I? It returned, calm as a predator playing with its prey. Do you feel the weight of it yet? The truth crushing you beneath its merciless foot? You are your own monster, and I am merely here to awaken you to your own heart. With each moment, the guilt wrapped tighter around my throat, squeezing until I could hardly breathe. Voices from the past seeped into my thoughts, conjuring the images. The emergency lights, the cries, the police sirens, the empty glances of friends, turning into guilty strangers. I told you to forget, I gasped, fighting the tide of memories while swaying against the wall for support. How can you be real? The voice laughed low again, sending chills crawling down my spine. Does it matter? I am you. I am the part of you that has been gnawing like a rat on the inside, whispering that you are unworthy, that you are vile. You must have felt me clawing for so long. Waves of nausea crashed over me. I sank down, sitting against the wall, my phone pressed tightly to my ear. What do you want from me? I whispered, fear lacing my voice. To remind you of who you are, the voice replied. And to make you pay for turning your back on what you did. There are consequences for actions, you know. And it's almost time for you to face yours. Leave me alone, I shouted, my breath coming in desperate gasps. Whatever you want, just... But before I could finish, the line went dead, leaving behind an eerie silence that echoed in my ears. I tossed the phone away from me as if it were a venomous snake now. The room seemed smaller, closing around me with foul memories. I pressed my hands against my head, squeezing my eyes shut, desperate to cast away the thoughts. But darkness has a way of creeping back, clouds thickening in the spaces where hope should bloom. Outside, the storm continued, raging violently against the windows, as if it too sought to unleash something long restrained. Suddenly, a soft knock sounded on the door, and fear sparked through me like electricity. My heart pounded as I stumbled to stand. Who is it? I called, my voice tentative. In silence. I edged closer to the door, peeking through the peephole. Nothing but shadows lurked in the dim corridor outside. Hello. I said, my voice small now, a child lost in the dark. Cautiously, I pulled the door ajar, inhaling the damp air that smelled faintly of earth and decay. "Hello," I whispered again, stepping outside, my heart now racing in sync with the storm. Suddenly, behind me, I heard a familiar voice. "You can't hide forever." I turned, eyes wide, expecting to see my reflection from a broken mirror or the past creeping back. Instead, I faced only the emptiness behind me, the echoes of my past preparing to swallow me whole. The line between yesterday and today had blurred, and somewhere deep within me, I knew the truth. The call had come from within. Story 8. The Doorbell Ditcher. The clock struck 11 on another Saturday night as I settled into my pajama pants and curled under my favorite quilt, the soft fabric riddled with sentimental patterns that anchored me to childhood comforts. As I flipped through the pages of an old horror novel, the familiar sound broke the hush of my home. A high-pitched trill of my doorbell echoed through my dimly lit living room. At first, I shrugged it off. It was merely kids indulging in some harmless mischief, a nostalgic throwback to my own childhood. Pulling the quilt closer, I returned to my book. But moments later, the doorbell rang again, echoing louder this time, reverberating through my bones. With an exasperated sigh, I placed my book down on the coffee table and glanced at the clock. 10 minutes past 11, far too late for trick-or-treaters. I padded toward the front door, peeking through the peephole. Darkness enveloped the porch, and the streetlight flickered ominously at the end of my quiet cul-de-sac. My heart raced, and I felt a knot form in my stomach at the thought of shadowy figures waiting just out of sight. I finally swung the door open, half expecting a group of giggling children scampering down the street. Instead, the only thing waiting for me was silence. The street lay undisturbed, the only movement coming from dry leaves that skittered across the pavement. I stepped out cautiously, half-heartedly calling into the chill of the night. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Nothing. No giggles. No replies. Just the oppressive silence and the eerie wind that whispered secrets through the neighborhood. I retreated back inside and double-locked the door, a shiver creeping down my spine as I replayed the cryptic scene in my mind. The following Saturday night, I stood on the edge of my sanity, waiting. I nursed a cup of chamomile tea, its warmth far from the cold prickles of fear that danced along my flesh. When the clock struck 11, not a second later, ding-dong echoed again through my home. This time, I bolted to the door, throwing it open without a moment's hesitation, half expecting to confront the culprits responsible for this torment. It was the same story. Emptiness on the porch and the street, devoid of life. The moon cast shadows across my yard, distorting the bushes into grotesque shapes. Frustrated, I returned to my living room, swearing to put an end to this madness. The week passed, like molasses. I kept pacing to the window, peering outside whenever the clock approached the haunting hour. I researched doorbell pranks online, but nothing seemed as persistent or unnerving as what plagued me. Then Friday morning, as I sipped my coffee, my neighbor, Mrs. Hayes, knocked on the fence separating our backyards. "Strange happenings last night, wasn't it?" she said, her frail voice trembling slightly. I could see it in her eyes. She knew it too. I nodded. "You heard it too?" "Of course. The doorbell. Every Saturday. But it's not just that, dear. Sometimes I hear whispers. Whispers that don't belong to anyone. A chorus of little voices coming from the alley." At that moment, the knot in my stomach tightened. I needed to confront this madness head on. Have you told anyone else? Who would believe us? Those kids? She furrowed her brow, as if piecing together a puzzle. They're always running around late at night, playing their games. But I've seen them rushing from the cemetery at the edge of the woods, too. Something is not quite right, you know. Whatever dappled light remained in the afternoon faded from memory as Saturday approached. I decided to lay a trap, a simple plan rooted in a sense of brave ignorance. I would hide in the shadows of my porch, armed with whatever might protect me. My phone, a flashlight, and an unusually firm broom. Perhaps I could catch the little mischief makers red-handed, and finally put an end to this madness. As the clock neared 11, I took my hiding spot behind the unassuming porch plants, heart pounding like a drum beat echoing in the hollow of my chest. Each second dragged. Every creak of old wood sent chills up my spine. The wind howled, and the darkness felt thicker this night. Then, alas, the dreaded chime rang again. With bated breath, I held my grasp tight around the broom's handle, shifting ever so slightly to catch a glimpse of who would dare disturb my night yet again. Just as I prepared to leap from my hiding place, shadows emerged, 3 small figures, gliding silently across the yard as if they floated above the grass. Their faces were obscured by the dark caps of their hoodies, but they darted around, giggling softly under their breaths. One of them ripped off the doorbell's wire, and they all erupted into quiet laughter. The bowl of terror threatened to spill over as I watched them stumble behind a gravestone, one of the older marbled markers from the cemetery whispered about by the town's folklore. I steeled myself, adrenaline overriding the fear that begged me to flee. I swung the door open, confronting the specters of mischief. The kids turned, eyes wide, which sent another shiver down my spine. "Hey, mister!" The voice squeaked, barely above a whisper washed away by the wind. It was a girl with pigtails, peeking out from behind her friend's shoulder. "We were just testing." "Testing what?" I roared, cutting off their strange festivities. "What are you doing here?" Then they all stood silently, exchanging glances stacked with secrets and fear. After a long moment, the boy spoke. "You shouldn't be here. You should go home. Now." Feeling a mixture of anger and confusion, I pressed closer. "Why? What's going on?" "It's the cemetery," piped up the girl with the pigtails. "They're watching. The spirits don't like when people come too close." Old Gust rippled through, whispering through the shadows. "Spirits?" I echoed nervously. The laughter faded like tendrils of smoke, replaced by wide eyes and solemnity. "They know," the boy said urgently. "They know we can see them. That's why we rang your doorbell. We told you to go home." Without fully understanding the gravity of their words, I felt icy fingers creep down my spine. "You don't know what you're talking about." But as I glanced back toward the dark void of the cemetery, I saw shadows unfurling, swirling beneath the moonlight. Grotesque forms marching toward us with an eerie grace. Silent watchers gathering by the fence. With a primeval instinct sparking to life, I turned on my heels, sprinting toward the door. I hurled myself inside, slamming it shut, just as a piercing screech resonated behind me. The door quaked in its frame. The laughter of children warped into distant wails. Through the locked door, I pressed my back against it, gasping for breath. I glanced through the small side window, trepidation twisting in my gut. The figures had vanished, but the air was charged, thick with ambiguity. What had I opened that night? I slid to the floor, clutching my phone, my heartbeat pounding in my ears. Outside, the doorbell rang again, and I knew in my gut that laughter would not accompany this sound, and the secrets of the doorbell ditcher would remain locked outside, waiting for another Saturday night and the darkness that crept deeper into the neighborhood. Story 9. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the small suburban neighborhood where I lived. My backyard was an overgrown mess, a jungle of weeds and unkempt shrubs that had long since choked out any semblance of an orderly garden. Eager to reclaim the space and maybe nurture a few vegetables, I decided to dig deep and start anew. I donned my work gloves and grabbed my trusty shovel. With each thrust of the blade into the earth, dirt flew and settled like tiny unmarked gravestones around me. It felt good to sweat, to carve out a purpose from the tangled remnants of the past. As I dug deeper, the shovel hit something solid. A dull thud reverberated up the handle, and I hesitated, curiosity igniting a spark in my chest. At first, I brushed it off, probably just an old tree root or a buried stone. But when I prodded again, the thud came again, more pronounced this time. I knelt to inspect the ground, scratching away at the dark, loose soil until I uncovered the edge of what appeared to be a rectangular shape. My heart raced, a mix of excitement and dread leaping in my throat. Was it a time capsule? Or perhaps some old forgotten treasure? The idea made me laugh nervously. What kind of treasure would anyone bury in their backyard? I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever lay beneath my hands was something far more sinister. Determined, I cleared away the dirt until the true shape of the object was revealed. As I dug, an unsettling chill washed over me, causing the hairs on the back of my neck to stand on end. Finally, I unearthed it, an old, tarnished coffin, partially buried in the soil, and decidedly out of place in the world of vegetable plots and garden gnomes. Okay, this is definitely a prank, I muttered, brushing off my knees and taking a step back. My hands trembled slightly as I examined the weathered wood, the rusted hinges encased in dark streaks of age. But as the light waned, there was a feeling in the air, a heavy, pregnant silence that toyed with the edges of my mind, wrapping itself around the reality of what I faced. I had come this far, and curiosity threatened to consume me. What lay inside? The weight of the question lingered like smoke. As if on cue, a sudden wind swept through the yard, rustling the branches overhead, tugging at my shirt. I shook my head against it, laughed nervously, and began to pry open the coffin's lid. With an agonizing creak, the hinges protested, but eventually, the lid gave way, revealing darkness within. My heart pounded in my chest, the sound reverberating through my skull like thunder. I leaned precariously over the coffin and dared to look inside. There, beneath layers of decaying fabric, lay a skeletal figure, its bony fingers curled and its eye sockets hollow. A white, withered dress clung to its frame, like a ghostly shroud. For a moment, the world around me fell away. I was engulfed in an icy flood of adrenaline and horror, reeling under the weight of a sudden realization. This was no relic of history. It was a body, decomposed yet distinct against the wall of grime. This can't be real, I gasped, my voice trembling. My heart thundered louder than the silence that enveloped the backyard. I stumbled back, taking a few frantic steps, my mind racing with endless questions. Who was she? How long had she been here? And more distressingly, who had buried her, and why? The air turned frigid, a breeze weaving through my shirt as I stood, paralyzed by dread. I glanced toward the house, a simple, two-story structure I'd lived in for just a year. The neighborhood was quiet, the kind of peace that suffocates rather than comforts. I felt as though the walls could press in on me, their whispers swirling like ghosts. I turned back to the coffin. Despite my instincts screaming to leave it alone, an undeniable force compelled me to take a closer look. I knelt again, shaking hands brushing against the mangy fabric. The dress had once been white, now stained and tattered, and as I lifted it carefully, I saw something glimmer beneath. An object nestled in the decay. My pulse quickened as I dug my fingers into the delicate soil inside. It was a locket, encrusted with dirt but unmistakably beautiful. A tiny emblem of a life that once was. I pried it open, and my breath caught as I stared into the faded photographs of two faces, a man and a woman, smiling, intertwined in a moment of happiness that felt painfully out of place against the stark horror of the coffin. The back of the locket bore an inscription of a date, August 15th, 1922. My mind raced as fear took hold. Had this woman been buried here for over a century? How had I not known? How had no one uncovered this tragic secret? But no answer came, only the scraping whisper of something shifting behind me. I whipped around, eyes wild, scanning the dimming backyard. I was alone. None of my neighbors could see me digging. Yet I felt a cold gaze watching from the darkness. My breath came in short bursts. An anxiety twisted in my gut. "Hello," I called, heart racing. My voice echoed against the trees, swallowed by the shadows gathering around. I stepped back cautiously, instinctively covering the locket with my hand. I needed to leave, to escape the icy grip of inevitability that clawed at my sanity. But then I heard it, a creaking noise, like nails on wood, resonating from the coffin. I'm back, dread washing over me like a tide. The lid, which I had pushed open, was slowly moving. I rubbed my eyes, convinced it was a trick of fatigue. But no, undeterred by logic, it shifted again with a soft, agonizing creak. Panic surged. The thought of a long-dead soul awakening sent shivers racing through me. I backed away further, my hand fumbling to reach my phone. But the night was quick to close around me, clouds swallowing the fading light. The coffin groaned, the lid lifting heavier now, almost as if something was fighting to emerge. I turned to run, desperation moving my legs. I sprinted toward the house, slamming the door behind me, almost choking on the silence that enveloped the space. But that was not the end. At night, dreams haunted me. I found myself back in the backyard, or maybe it was the coffin calling me. The woman from the locket and her haunting smile plagued my thoughts, the weight of unrealized history pressing down on my chest. In the morning light, I returned to the backyard, breath hitched in my throat, heart strumming like a wild instrument. The coffin was just a hollow box, reclaimed by time. All that remained was deep earth stirring with disquiet. What had I unearthed? The truth festered in shades of gray, tangled in the past. The woman I found was no longer simply a skeleton buried in my yard. She was a part of another tale, one of lost love, secrets, and unholy silence. I knew then that I couldn't just cover it up and pretend it never happened. I had unearthed a story that craved a voice. The grave in my backyard wasn't merely a remnant of some long, forgotten past, but a haunting reminder of the lives we live, the stories we carry, and the truths we bury. And as the sun dipped once more into the horizon, painting the sky in hues of fire and shadows, I felt her whisper, a soft, lingering promise that I could no longer ignore. I would dig deeper, for the past demanded to be heard. Story 10. The Secret Apartment. When I first arrived at the Maple Ridge Living Complex, I had a vision of new beginnings, an excitement that hung heavy in the air, like the scent of rain-soaked earth. I signed my lease in haste, almost giddy with anticipation for the fresh start that awaited me. This was my first move away from my hometown, a fresh canvas splashed with colors of opportunity and liberation. The building itself was an odd artifact from the 1970s, a monotonous gray concrete structure standing defiantly against time, with a drab facade of chipped paint and broken gutters. Yet, I was captivated by the vastness of the place, how it swallowed the noise of the outside world and wrapped me in a blanket of quietness. The worn wooden doors of the apartments lined the narrow, graffiti-covered hallways like guards silently observing. During my first few weeks, I made myself comfortable. I unpacked my boxes of memories, rearranging the meager furniture that came with my studio to create a space that felt like mine. My apartment, number 3, had the usual level of clutter and moodiness that one would expect from a modest studio. Scattered novels, mismatched throw blankets, and the lingering scent of takeout dinners. Yet, there was an unsettling quality to it, a persistent itch of something on the edge of perception. One evening, while carrying a drooping potted plant from one side of the room to the other, I noticed something odd with the wall. Was it my imagination, or was there a slight bulge where my hand brushed against it? Instinctively, curiosity pushed its way into my mind, sharp and insistent. What if there were something hidden? I pulled away the fraying rug beneath my coffee table and pressed my ear against the wall. At first, I heard nothing but the modest hum of the city outside, followed by the darkness of silence. But then, a sound rippled through the walls, faint, like a muffled conversation. I inched, withdrawing quickly. Maybe it was the neighbors, perhaps on the other side of the wall. A sense of unease washed over me as I climbed into bed that night, but the intrigue lingered, twisting and coiling in my mind, like a serpent waiting to strike. 2 nights later, with a storm raging outside, I found myself restless. The rap of rain against the window became a rhythmic cadence feeding my curiosity. Was the sound I heard from the wall merely the noise of life echoing through the complex, or something else entirely? This time, armed with an old flashlight, I stood in front of the peculiar bulge, tracing the outlines with my fingers. As I pressed against the wall, it gave way, easily, as if it had been waiting for someone to lean their weight against it for years. The creak of wood and a thin column of dusty light slipped through the crack. Heart pounding in the silence, I pushed the panel open. Inside lay a narrow, dark corridor that seemed to stretch into the belly of the building. With only the flickering beam of my flashlight to guide me, I stepped into the passage. A musty odor drifted toward me, mingling with the scent of stale air and loneliness. I followed the corridor deeper, my own heartbeat echoing in my ears, resonating with the thoughts crowding my mind. The walls were lined with peeling wallpaper, grotesque floral patterns that seemed to swirl with life, almost writhing under the weight of years of abandonment. After several steps, I came upon another door at the end of the hall. The handle was cold against my palm as I tugged it open. The shriek of rusty hinges sliced through the silence like a knife, sending a shiver down my spine. I stepped inside and quickly appraised the room. It appeared to be an abandoned apartment, untouched since the day it was vacated. The air was thick with dust, and the light from my flashlight revealed a space frozen in time. Faded photographs hung crookedly on the walls, sepia-toned images of a family I did not recognize. A moth-eaten armchair sat regally in the corner, its threads unraveling like secrets unspoken. Papers littered the floor, letters addressed to an unfamiliar name lay scattered, their words faded and indecipherable. My gaze finally landed on something unexpected, a shining brass key sitting atop a desk, glimmering in the darkness like a small sun among shadows. I reached tentatively for it, a jolt of realization gripping me. As my fingers wrapped around the key, I couldn't shake the feeling that it belonged to me, or at least, to someone who had come before me. In the back pocket of my mind, faint images of long-lost memories, tinged with melancholy, flickered like a dying ember. Suddenly, a soft rustle, breaking the stillness like shattered glass. My heart raced. Was someone else here? I spun around, but the dim light offered no comfort. I inhaled deeply, fighting to keep panic at bay. Uncertainty washed over me, lapping at my edges and threatening to drown my senses. "Hello?" I called, forcing my voice steady despite its tremble. My plea echoed back at me, mocking my vulnerability. Then a figure flickered at the corner of my vision, a shadow against the crumbling wallpaper. I swung my flashlight toward it, but nothing tangible remained. My heart thundered in my chest as I turned to face its source, only to feel the cold grip of dread pull at my insides. Clutching the key, I stepped backward, feeling my way out the way I came. The flashlight illuminating a path that felt increasingly claustrophobic, every step carrying an air of foreboding. As I stumbled back through the corridor, the familiar sounds of my own apartment began to fade into the distance. I pushed through the hidden doorway just as the shadows loomed larger around me, engulfing the light. The sense of safety returned when I stepped back into my living room. I fell against the door and slid down, breathing heavily. The key lay in my palm, heavy with implications. Was this my apartment too, or merely a forgotten remnant of lives layered over one another? That night, sleep did not come easily. I lay wide awake, staring at the ceiling, thoughts swirling in a cyclone of inquiry and dread. Who lived there? Why was it abandoned? And most hauntingly, whose name appeared on the lease, affixed in my own apartment? The next day, I ventured to the property management office, steeling myself with the hope of gathering information. The receptionist, a jaded woman with tired eyes, barely flinched as I recounted my story. When I mentioned the hidden room, her expression darkened, and there was a quiver in her voice as she warned me. Not everything needs to be uncovered. I pushed for answers, but she offered none. Instead, she simply urged me to leave it alone. But curiosity clawed at me with sharp fingers. I returned to my apartment, armed with the knowledge that I had to confront whatever lay in that eerie dwelling. That evening, armed with a resolve that felt desperate and reckless, I found myself once again in the narrow corridor. I descended into the haunted remnants of the apartment, where the air was thick and stagnant. As I approached the desk, a gust of cold air swirled around me. The photographs fluttered as if caught in a windstorm, their faces twisted and lost. And I heard it, a whisper of laughter, joyous but melancholic, reverberating through the air. I froze, gears clanking in my mind. I was neither welcome nor unwelcome, an interloper in a world that was once vibrant but had decayed into solitude. Suddenly, the reality struck like thunder. Those shadowed gazes in the photograph, those lost voices in the wind, they were reaching out, entwining around me. This secret apartment bore more than mere memory. It was a haunt of the lost. Clutching the key tightly, I fled back to my reality, but the apartment's remnants lingered like shadows on my soul. In the days that followed, whispers became companions in solitude. At night, I could feel eyes following me, could hear the laughter of a family lost to time. No matter where I turned, the shadows from the hidden apartment reached out, reminding me that some secrets are not ours to uncover. I became a reluctant tenant of two worlds, the living and the dead. And then came the day I awoke to find my belongings scattered across the floor, my photographs replaced by faint reminders of a life I could not touch. The hidden apartment had seeped into my own. The memories were merging with mine. I peered through the hidden doorway, but found only darkness. The key weighed heavily on my neck. Was it an anchor or a leash? The walls pulsed with a heartbeat, urging me to re-enter. I wondered, would I lose myself to the abyss, or was it my very essence tethering the shadows? I stood in the middle of my apartment, encased by fading memories and whispers. I realized This wasn't my apartment anymore. Maybe it never was. I turned the key over in my hand, a harbinger of a truth I would never possess, standing on the threshold of a secret that wanted to swallow me whole. As I gazed at the hidden doorway, I could feel it beckoning again. The shadows danced impatiently, leaving me with a singular choice. Would I be their anchor, or join their haunting? The final decision loomed, darker than night, trickier than any winding alley in the city. I took a deep breath, the scent of dust and stagnation swirling like familiar poison, and stepped back through the threshold again, the echoes pouring into my soul like honey. Some secrets, I learned, can never remain hidden. Story 11. The family reunion. The sun hung low in the sky, cloaking everything in a warm, golden glow as I pulled up to the idyllic farmhouse that my mother had insisted we gather at for our family reunion. It was a place steeped in the peeling nostalgia of childhood memories, where the verdant fields breathed the scent of wildflowers, and the overgrown hedges whispered secrets of long-gone summer days. I parked my car and took a deep breath, momentarily overwhelmed by the homesickness that welled in my throat. My phone buzzed in my pocket, another reminder from my mother about the very special family we were going to meet. For all I knew, they could have been extraterrestrial beings in search of human relatives. As I walked into the yard where laughter and music danced in the air, I was greeted by relatives emerging from every corner, their faces pinched with curiosity and excitement. There was Aunt Claire, her gray curls framed by a headscarf patterned with daisies, pulling me into a warm embrace. Her floral perfume wrapped around me like a heavy quilt, reminding me of the summers spent in her home. Delmay, words yours. Then came Uncle Jack with his booming laugh and a hand that clasped my shoulder too firmly. Each relative had a connection to my parents' pasts, yet I felt as if I were walking through a gallery of portraits, each face unfamiliar but oddly enticing. Come meet your cousins. Aunt Claire tugged me along, pushing me into the playful swirl of family members gathered around a long, rustic table draped in the faded checkered tablecloth. It was an odd assortment of relatives, some old and wizened, others radiantly youthful, their excited chatter feeling like the clattering of dishes before a feast. The day wore on in a blur of introductions. There was Cousin Sylvia, who claimed to be following the footsteps of our shared ancestors in archaeology, her freckled face flushed with enthusiasm. Then Cousin Benjamin, who dressed in a suit several sizes too large, his nervous energy palpable as he fumbled through stories about family lore that left everyone chuckling, but me deadpan. Each new relative thrilled at the chance to share their stories, recount their achievements, and present the family heritage that thrived in their hearts. Yet, there was something unsettling about the way they stared at me. Their eyes darted toward me as if I were a prized possession lurking in plain sight, and it made my skin crawl. At first, I dismissed it as my own anxiety, a nagging feeling that faded with their laughter, their round faces beaming with a warmth that enveloped the backyard. The sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting long shadows that twisted across the grass, like serpents weaving through the underbrush. The sounds of merriment faded as the sky turned to blue shades of purple and navy. Lanterns ignited, their flickering lights illuminating not just the yard, but also the peculiar aura hanging in the air. Come, let's gather around the fire, my mother said cheerily. She led the way, ushering the clan toward a crackling bonfire that danced eagerly in the softening darkness. As I settled onto a weathered log, I realized that the tension had returned, not as a mere thought, but as an encompassing presence. Their collective attention pinned me to my seat. The flames flickered, throwing grotesque shadows that twisted and morphed against the darkness. Stories began to tumble from grandmothers and uncles, their voices rising above the crackle. recounting myths and legends of our lineage. Tales of fierce warriors, cunning merchants, and ancient rites spilled forth. Each story more elaborate than the last. Do you remember the tale of the lost pup? The older relatives asked, her voice laced with a chilling thrill. I strained to listen, but the story only seemed to deepen the strange weight that hung in the air. They spoke of an ancestor who had stolen a hunting dog from another clan, a creature that had supposedly wandered off into the woods, never to return. Some say it returned from the grave. Uncle Jack interjected with a wink, catching the wild glimmer in most of the relatives' eyes. My heart pounded, a dissonant reminder that while they appeared cozy with laughter and warmth, there lay something darker beneath the glimmer of familial bonds. The moon climbed overhead, a silvery disk that stood sentinel to our gathering. As the night aged, laughter morphed into a collective hum of chatter, each relative leaning closer to take part, to contribute their reflections on our heritage. The recognition of my existence morphed into an ardent scrutiny. They leaned in, the excitement palpable, now urging me to recount my achievements, my life, and the path I had chosen. Nay, I had just graduated, I stammered, taken aback at their fervent gazes. Sharing my accomplishments felt like parading my vulnerabilities, and their exhilaration seemed disproportionate to my modest milestones, stirring unsettled emotions deep within me. As if sensing my unease, Benjamin stepped closer and whispered conspiratorially, "Our family is always watching, you know. We have to protect the bloodline." His wide eyes gleamed under the light of the dancing flames. I shifted uncomfortably. There had been nothing but praise until now, but somehow, surrounded by this intrigued crowd, I finally questioned the weariness that caressed me like a familiar cloak, a dread I had wrestled with all day. Feeling pinned under the weight of expectation, I quietly excused myself and walked toward the perimeter of the gathering, where the night air felt cooler against my flushed skin. The darkness enveloped me, and I took a deep breath, expecting to hear distant sounds of laughter echoing behind me. But instead, I felt a sudden chill. The woods bordering the farmhouse loomed large, silent and watching, as if they were guardians for the secrets concealed in my lineage. A rustle caught my attention. Silhouettes emerged from the tree line, glimpses of relatives wandering closer, drifting away from the bonfire's light. I gulped, the whispers of their conversations further blurring the boundaries of sanity. I could hear snippets of murmured phrases. "It's time to prepare. Best to bring her in soon," and "She'll understand soon." I staggered backward, my heartbeat drumming against my ribcage, a desperate tattoo that cried for escape. It had felt like a family reunion, a joyful assembly of history and warmth. But something deeper pulsed beneath their surface, an aching need that twisted and turned, gripping me with an insidious obsession for belonging. "Where are you going?" The voice was disarmingly soft, smooth as silk, but serrated with an edge that could cut. I turned slowly, my breath hitching in my throat. Aunt Claire stood there, her arms folded, her eyes glistening with a strange light that reflected the flickering flames behind her. The family encircled me, faces illuminated as if they were cast in gold. "Join us," she said, and I felt the gravity of their collective gaze close around me. "Our reunion is not just for social pleasantries. It's a celebration of what you've become." Their words sent a shudder through me, something primal stirring within. I stumbled back, a desperate drive engaging my legs, propelling me toward my car. But as I turned, so too did the memory of the tales they had spun moments before. Tales of blood and obligation, of protection and power, that which binds family together. "Don't leave us," they called out, voices climbing higher as panic spiked through them. Then their chants became rhythmic, a macabre lullaby resonating through the air. I reached my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands trembling as adrenaline surged through me. I glanced back, and the relatives crowded closer, their faces still. As I turned the ignition, the engine roared to life, drowning out their hollowed voices, urging me to return. I sped away from the farmhouse, the din of their chants fading into the night. But as I stole one last glance in the rearview mirror, I saw them standing together, a swirling mass of festivity. Their wide, obsessed eyes burned into me like a haunting specter I could never shake. What truly constituted family? I pondered as I drove into the dark landscape, unsure whether I had escaped. Was it the comfort I had felt at first, or the deeper instincts that poisoned our bloodlines, drawing us together and twisting our fates? The moonlit road sprawled before me, leading far into the unknown. A journey away from a reunion that was meant to celebrate love, but had consumed me with an undeniable dread. Would I ever truly be free from the grasp of those who shared my last name? The darkness enveloped me, leaving behind the shadow of that haunting bonfire and the echoes of my lineage. A reminder that some family ties bind tighter and far darker than the roots I had ever known. Story 12. The employee-only area. It was almost closing time at the Riverdale Grocer, the local supermarket that hummed with life during the day, but hushed at night like a slumbering beast. As employees swept the aisles, rearranging items and prepping for the early morning rush, I hung back, peeking into the shadows that gathered in the corners of the store. My curiosity often got the better of me, especially in the dimming glow of fluorescent lights that buzzed like angry hornets. "Hey, Rachel, are you coming or what?" My coworker Tim called from the register, breaking my reverie. "Yeah, I'm just..." A flicker of mischief sparked before I thought it through. The stockroom had always intrigued me. A labyrinth of cardboard boxes and forgotten inventory just beyond the steel door marked "employee only." While my co-workers finished their tasks, I slipped toward the back, where the air thickened with the scent of aged paper. And something else, something that prickled at the back of my mind. I glanced around. It was empty save for the comforting hum of a nearby freezer. Heart racing, I pushed through the door, its rusty hinges protesting as if warning me to turn back. Inside, the stockroom loomed larger than I anticipated. Boxes towered like ancient sentinels, their edges frayed and dusty. As I navigated through the dimly lit aisles illuminated by a sputtering fluorescent bulb, I felt a strange shiver run up my spine, an inexplicable sense of being watched. I shook it off. I was just being paranoid. What do you expect to find? I muttered to myself, chuckling nervously. Yet the prevailing sense of malevolence thickened in the air. Then, among the clutter of idle merchandise, something caught my eye. At the far corner of the room, concealed behind a stack of unsold inflatable pool toys, was a weathered cardboard box. It was unlike the others, marked with enigmatic drawings of dolls that bore eerily lifelike features, a smattering of plastic limbs and glassy eyes that seemed to trap and reflect a weak light. My heart was pounding now, thumping against my ribcage like a trapped bird. Despite every ounce of caution urging me to go back, I pulled the box into view. The top was taped down, remnants of peeling labels, attesting to its long-forgotten secrets. I pried it open and gasped, my breath hitching in my throat. Inside were dolls, dozens of them, each crafted in meticulous detail. My teenage self stared back from every angle, captured with a chilling accuracy. The dolls were dressed in styles I remembered vividly. The faded band tee I wore during summer gigs, the jeans with frayed hems, and the studded bracelets I had loved so much. Their faces, frozen in expressions of carefree laughter. Felt both familiar and disturbingly alien. I reached for one, fingers grazing its smooth porcelain skin. The air grew colder, and I pulled my hand back, realizing with horror that every doll was not just a doll. It was a replica of me. As panic surged, I continued rifling through the box, each doll more grotesque in its perfection than the last. Gripped by confusion, I stumbled backward and nearly knocked over a nearby shelf, the clatter echoing in the silence. Then came the whispers. Soft, barely discernible, swirling around me like smoke. "Rachel," the voice sang. Lilt that felt like a long-lost memory. I turned sharply, heart in my throat, and realized I was truly alone. This wasn't a prank. Indeed, no one else was around. I darted for the door, but something caught my eye. A doll, perched precariously on the edge of one of the higher shelves, its head tilted as if observing me. I squinted at it and felt an uncomfortable familiarity wash over me, as if it was staring into my very soul. Flesh prickled on my arms. Was I imagining it, or did it twitch ever so slightly? The moment passed like a nightmare fleeing the dawn, yet the pit in my stomach deepened. I needed to get out. I rushed to the door, swinging it open wide with a trembling hand. Just as I stepped into the familiar safety of the main floor, a thunderous crash echoed from behind me. I spun around just in time to see the box topple over, its contents spilling across the floor like broken dreams. The dolls lay scattered, faces turned toward the light. A nightmarish tableau. "Rachel." Tim called again, his voice slicing through the growing dread. I turned and hastily made my way to the register, my heart still pounding in my ears. "Did you hear that?" I asked, breathless and pale, my eyes scanning the once comforting aisles. It felt like the walls were closing in. "Hear what?" Tim glanced up, crinkling his brow in confusion. "Never mind," I said, gripping the countertop. "I'm just tired." As I forced a smile that did not quite reach my eyes, I felt the weight of something sinister suffusing the very air around us. The next shift, I couldn't shake the thought of those dolls or the whispers. I confided in Melissa, our overnight stockroom manager, fluent in all things ghostly and eerie. She laughed lightly at first, but hesitated when I described the dolls. Her face paled as my words painted a vivid image. "That sounds like the place where old inventory goes to die," she whispered, glancing around as if the shadows were listening. "They never get rid of anything, you know. It's like they hold on to memories they can't erase." I shrugged it off, haunted by my earlier discovery, but deep down, I knew I wouldn't venture back alone. The very idea churned my stomach. I could still feel their eyes on me. Days passed, but the unease clung to me like a second skin. Then came the night it all spiraled out of control. As the clock neared midnight, I volunteered to take out the trash, my heart still heavy with unshakable dread. Just as I stepped into the cool night air, a chilling breeze swept through the lot, carrying with it an inexplicable sense of impending doom. On my return, I found myself inexplicably drawn back to the stockroom. I steeled my resolve, an internal battle raging within me. It was time to confront whatever had been lurking between the shadows. Pushing through the threshold, I was met with silence, an oppressive stillness that curled around me like tendrils of fog. My heart raced as I wove through the aisles, determined to face whatever terror awaited. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the space, causing me to jump. I rushed toward the source of the sound, breath hitching in my throat. There, under the flickering lights, lay the broken pieces of the dolls discarded without care. What I saw next forced a strangled gasp from my lips. Each shard reflected my image, but twisted, hollowed eyes and cracked smiles, a haunting visage of my past. As I turned to leave, a soft voice called my name. It was sweet and familiar, echoing with memory. Rachel, it sang. Stay with us. The last word lingered, sliding along my skin. As I turned back, I found it impossible to shake the feeling that I was not alone. The walls began to close in, crushing the air from my lungs. The dolls I had once seen as mere playthings transformed into vessels of something dark and vengeful. Each one began to twitch, mouths moving silently as if rehearsing an unspeakable song. I felt their pain and longing, a chorus of lost hopes begging for freedom. With a surge of adrenaline, I bolted for the exit, the laughter pursuing me, echoing through the shadowed aisles like a taunt. I burst through the door and into the safety of the bright parking lot, turning back just in time to see shadows pooling like spilled ink beneath the dim lights of the stockroom. I never returned to that area. The dolls, like cryptic secret keepers, faded into the forgotten corners of my mind. But their eyes haunted my dreams. They would remain stacked on their shelves, waiting for a way to escape their cardboard prison, searching for the one they had mirrored, the missing piece of their eerie puzzle. Months later, I returned to Riverdale Grocer, chains and locks securing the employee-only area. Whispers of what happened spread among the staff. A girl who had dared to intrude and never came back the same. Yet, late one night, as the store stood deserted, a faint call reached the air, fragile as a thread in the dark. Rachel. And somewhere deep inside, I knew chaos was only a breath away. Story 13. It was a rainy Tuesday evening when I found myself lost in a sea of turmoil, drowning in memories of a love that had slipped through my fingers just days before. My heart, once buoyed by affection, now felt as heavy as the rain-soaked clouds outside. The rhythm of the raindrops against the window served as a cruel reminder of all that I had lost. I paced through my apartment, the shadows playing tricks in the corners, whispering secrets I could almost hear, but never fully grasp. Jessica's laughter rang in my ears, echoing in the silence as I remembered the times we spent sprawled across the couch, wrapped in a tapestry of absurd comedies and instant noodles. Anger surged within me, momentarily consuming my rational thoughts. How could she leave? Did she not see the dreams we had woven together? In a fit of rage, I marched towards the large ornate mirror hanging above my drying rack. A peculiar artifact I had found at an estate sale. Its silver frame was ornate, almost regal, adorned with intricate designs that seemed to shift beneath the dim light of my apartment. With every ounce of frustration, I hurled a nearby ceramic mug at it. The shattering sound of glass echoed in the room like a gunshot. Fragments exploded outward, raining down like tiny, glistening meteors, reflecting the dim light in an unsettling dance. Heart racing, I stood in the midst of the chaos, my breaths growing labored. The mirror had become a battered relic, but it felt as if I had unleashed something far more sinister than mere disappointment. It began subtly. First, strange occurrences. I would hear whispers in the dead of night, low and indecipherable, intertwining with my memories of Jessica. Sometimes, I thought I saw a movement in the corner of my eye, a flash of something just outside of my field of vision. Before it vanished when I turned to face it, I pushed it all aside as remnants of my mind grappling with heartache. Blamed the isolation, the sorrow, the fatigue, but then came the dreams. Vivid nightmares plagued my nights, transcending the realm of the unconscious. I would find myself in a dark corridor, lined with mirrors that distorted my reflection. In one instance, I stood in front of a mirror that showed not just me, but a twisted version of myself. A sinister doppelganger that mirrored my every move, but wore a cruel smirk that froze my blood. I wake up trembling and drenched in a cold sweat, grappling with the reality that the figure didn't just exist in the world of dreams. It felt real. The nightmares escalated. I could no longer differentiate between my waking life and the dreams that haunted me, time bleeding together in a jumbled mess. I found myself gazing into any reflective surface. Windows, car mirrors, even puddles on the street. I'd scrutinize each faint reflection, half expecting that fiendish version of myself to sneak up on me. It was during those anxious moments I began to lose my grip on reality. One evening, after yet another sleepless night and a day spent wandering the city in a fog, I returned home. Darkness enveloped my apartment, deepening the shadows that had been watching me. I flicked on the lights, but the buzz of electricity did nothing to dispel the growing dread tightening around my chest. My stomach churned as I approached the remnants of the shattered mirror, shards glittering ominously like tiny, lethal stars. Kneeling, I cautiously picked up a large piece, the jagged edge glistening ominously under the harsh light. Just then, a fleeting memory of Jessica returned. The way she would always scold me for my short temper and destructive choices. I almost laughed at the bitter irony but choked on the sound. Then I saw it. That unmistakable movement in the corner of the room. This time, instead of remaining an eerie sensation, it manifested into shape. A figure stood behind me, distorted slightly by the shattered glass, like a reflection peering into another dimension. I turned, heart hammering, my breath tangling in my throat. A shadowy version of myself stood there, lips twisted into a smile too wide, a grotesque parody of my own features. Its eyes were colder, darker, devoid of any warmth or compassion. The smile was a facade covering something far more sinister. My doppelganger stepped forward, the shadows wrapping around it like a cloak, blending into the darkness of the room. "Why did you break the mirror?" it asked. Voice smooth yet laced with something sinister that made the hairs on my neck stand at attention. I stammered, struggling to piece together the words. I was angry. Anger, yes. It stepped closer, and I took a step back, heart racing. Its eyes glimmered with an unsettling delight. "You shouldn't have shattered the reflection. Mirrors hold more than just images. They house longing, desire, despair. I am the reflection you chose to ignore, the anger you chose to bury. Now I am free." Free, I whispered, horrified yet fascinated. "What do you mean?" The figure laughed, a sound echoing with madness. "We're two sides of the same coin. The moment you broke the glass, you fractured the barrier that kept us apart. You think I'm just a figment of imagination?" It lunged at me with a speed I didn't expect. I stumbled backward, losing my footing. As the floor felt unsteady beneath my weight, a primal urge surged within me. A desire to escape this nightmare that threatened to consume my very soul. As I fell, the piece of glass in my hand glinted menacingly. I grasped it hard, and with a quick motion, had it poised against the doppelganger. "Stay back," I shouted, my voice a mix of defiance and terror. It hesitated, a flash of surprise crossing its twisted features. "You think you can destroy me?" it taunted, though a flicker of uncertainty danced behind its eyes. Suddenly, memories collided in an avalanche of emotion. My heartbreak, insecurities, the dreams yet to be fulfilled. I felt weightless, casting the blame away like remnants of a defeated life. "I won't let you take me down," I spat, brandishing the shard like a weapon. "You're just an echo of my anger. I won't be defined by my past." And then, with a surge of clarity, I brought the glass to my own reflection, pressing it against my skin, not to harm, but to demand the battle within. Your power lies in my fear. You thrive in my pain. But I am ready to be free. The doppelganger grimaced, his smile twisting into an expression of rage and disbelief. You cannot escape. I am part of you. It shrieked, the sound reverberating within the walls, threatening to crush me. Yet, as I stared into the shard, focusing on the emotions I had buried deep, the pain, the anger, the resentment, I felt something shift. The shadowy figure was starting to fade, shrinking away like mist in the sun. I release you, I shouted, and with that, the doppelganger dissipated into shadows, leaving behind a warmth that surged through my body. Breathless, I fell to the ground, the glass shards slipping from my fingers and shattering against the floor. A cathartic release. The oppressive darkness that had choked my spirit retreated, washed away by the heavy rain that pounded against the windows. Finally, I stood up, wiped the remnants of tears from my cheeks, and felt a surge of hope, liberated from the grip of my own fear. The echoes of betrayal still lingered, but I learned scars could heal if one chose to confront their innermost demons, to reflect not just in broken pieces, but in the courage that comes from acceptance. The mirror had been broken, but perhaps, in its shattering, I found a new reflection, one that was whole. I turned toward the rain-soaked window, watching the droplets race down the glass like tears. And in that moment, felt an overwhelming sense of clarity. I would find love again, within and beyond. But first, I would embrace the person I was meant to be. Story 14. The Forgotten Kindness. The sun sank behind the tall skeletal trees outside my old Victorian home, casting long shadows that danced unsettlingly across the walls of my living room. I was engrossed in my routine, sipping lukewarm coffee and scrolling through my phone, when the mailman's familiar jingle announced something other than the usual bills or junk. There, tucked between a flyer for local plumbing services and my utility statement, was an envelope addressed to me in an elegant cursive script. I could hardly remember the last time I received a handwritten letter. My fingers trembled as I pulled the envelope from the stack, brushing off the faint scent of dampness it radiated, as if it had been stored in a dark, musty corner. My heart skipped a beat as I read the return address. It belonged to Sarah, an old friend from childhood, someone I hadn't spoken to since the tragic incident that had shattered our small group. The world faded as I unfolded the note. It was short, yet it cast a haunting veil of nostalgia over me. Dear, your name. Thank you for everything back then. You always knew how to bring a smile to my face. I hope this message finds you well. I will always cherish those summer nights we used to spend together. Remember the fireflies. Looking forward to seeing you soon. Love. Sarah. I blinked at the vibrant memories swirling in my mind. Those jubilant summer nights spent catching fireflies, the laughter, and the fleeting innocence of childhood. But then came the darkness, creeping in, tainting each recollection. The woods behind our neighborhood, where we once played, where shadows seemed to invade, where everything changed. Against my better judgment, I let curiosity get the better of me. Picked up my phone and dialed Sarah's number. It had been years, but the phone rang and rang, each tone echoing in a succession that felt deliberate, mocking me. Eventually, the call ended without an answer, leaving my heart racing. What did she want? Why now? It took little time for my unease to transform into a strong, almost compulsive desire to see her. I felt drawn back to those woods, like a moth to a flickering flame on a dark night. I had successfully suppressed any thought of that place for years, but now the nostalgia stirred feelings of guilt intertwined with longing. That weekend, I drove out to our childhood neighborhood, the streets of which were now overrun with ivy and wildflowers, nature reclaiming spaces once full of laughter. The haunted glow of twilight greeted me as I approached the woods, the old oak trees rising ominously before me, their crooked branches stretching through the dusky sky like fingers grasping for the light. As I entered the forest, a wave of memories crashed over me. The sounds of crunching leaves filled my ears, and the faintest rustle as the wind blew through the branches sent chills spiraling down my spine. Yet, adrenaline propelled me forward. I walked deeper into the woods, the shadows growing thicker, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth. The memories lingered. I could almost hear our childish laughter, the twinkling of firefly wings brushing past my cheek. The innocence that once existed here, before it became a haven for darker things. It was here, in the murky depths of these woods, that Sarah and I lost not just our innocence, but a piece of ourselves. I reached the clearing where we used to catch fireflies. The air felt thicker here, as if the forest were holding its breath in anticipation. The last vestiges of sunlight cast a surreal glow over the underbrush, where it appeared that something lay obscured just beyond my view. My heart thudded in my chest, an unwelcome companion in this familiar yet unsettling setting. Steeling my nerves, I stepped further into the clearing. Suddenly I felt it, a prickling sensation at the back of my neck. I turned slowly, scanning the area for any signs of life, but a deafening silence enveloped me. That's when I noticed it, a glint amongst the undergrowth. Hesitant, I crouched down, parting the leaves and twigs until I uncovered an old, rusted tin box. With bated breath, I opened the lid to reveal its contents. Crumpled papers, old photographs, and trinkets buried under layers of dirt. Each item was a fragment of our past, solidifying memories I thought I had condemned to oblivion. There were pictures of Sarah and me, our smiles frozen in time. But two faces loomed larger than life in their sinister expression. A group of boys, always lurking at the edge of our innocence. As my fingers skimmed the items, a slip of paper caught my eye. It was a note, hastily scrawled in that same elegant cursive. We knew and we watched. The summer darkness never truly faded. We kept it alive. My breath caught in my throat. The world blurred around me as I pieced together the fragments of my memory. Those boys, and that summer night, when everything turned into a nightmare. The shadows behind the trees filled me with dread, conjuring the haunting figures of forgotten faces, of whispered secrets exchanged in hushed voices. The veil of nostalgia turned suffocating. Zara? Had she invited me here to dredge up these memories? I felt I was marooned on the dark sea of my past, the waves crashing against the fragile wooden pier I tried to stand upon. Sarah, I called, my voice higher than I intended. I strained to hear a response, but only the indifferent embrace of the forest greeted me. Just then, a soft sound, like a whisper, echoed through the trees. Help. It wove through the branches, twisting and distorting my thoughts, undermining my sanity. Was it real? I couldn't tell if it was Sarah or the ghosts of our shared history. I stumbled backward, the tin box falling from my hand and crashing to the ground. its contents spilling across the earth like the spilled remnants of our innocence. And then behind me, a presence could be felt, creeping slowly, deliberately. I turned frantically, only to face the very figures that had haunted my dreams. The boys, now surrounded by a sickly blue light, spoken of only in hushed, terrified whispers in our town. Their laughter echoed hollowly as they stepped forward. "You forgot us," one of them hissed, the shadows twisting his features. "But we never forgot you." Panic surged through me, adrenaline igniting every nerve. I ran deeper into the woods, branches clawing at my arms and legs, tearing through my clothes as I dashed through the underbrush. Their laughter followed me, a cruel reminder that no escape would rid me of the past. And then, just as suddenly as it began, I found myself back in the clearing, as if the forest had conspired to drag me back to my memories. There, amongst the ruins of our childhood, I could hear Sarah's laughter echoing from all around. I spun around, my heart pounding in my chest, desperate for an escape, desperate for a way out. "Sarah, where are you?" I screamed into the deafening silence, the forest refracting my cries into echoes of anguish. But the reply came, not from Sarah, but from the shadows that embraced me. "You've chosen to remember, haven't you?" Suddenly, I felt the weight of the memories bearing down, a tidal wave of guilt washing over me. The moments where I had turned away, the betrayals, the manipulations. Sarah had always been the kindest among us. And now, let me go. I shouted, anger boiling through the fear. I didn't do anything. The laughter turned to wails, filling the air with a chilling melody that wrapped around me, tightening like a noose. "You did more than you think," the shadows whispered, swirling around me like a dark storm. "You were always the one who held the power. You just forgot it." In that moment, clarity crashed down upon me. It wasn't Sarah who wanted to remind me of those memories. It was the darkness that thrived in those woods. The darkness we thought was buried beneath our laughter. As the shadows drew closer, I saw a glimmer of light beyond the trees. A path illuminated by fireflies, a reminder of our past joy. With unexpected fervor, I ran towards that light, dodging the tendrils of darkness. I sprinted through the trees, guided by the faint whispers of joy, my heartbeat pounding with every stride until finally I burst through the last barrier of branches. Light poured in, nearly blinding me as I stumbled into the clearing once more. I collapsed on the ground, breathing in the familiar air that tasted of freedom. A freedom that came at a price. I had outrun the shadows, but at what cost? Hours or days may have passed. I scarcely knew. But as I lay there, a singular thought washed over me like an echo. Sometimes, it's easier to forget the kindness extended when the horrors are so closely tied. I closed my eyes, enveloped by the sounds of the woodlands coming to life, the promise of dawn pushing against the darkness that had nearly consumed me. But then, a faint whisper tickled at the edge of my consciousness, as though the darkness was settling back in for a lingering presence. Until next time, it breathed, a sound calling me back to the forgotten shadows of my past. Maybe it wouldn't be so easy to forget after all. Story 15. That one night, the winter wind howled through the skeletal trees as I huddled deeper into my jacket. It was a night like any other, save for the crunch of snow beneath our boots and the sharp bite of cold air that seemed to echo against the frame of the world around us. My friends and I had decided to make the most of the winter college break, venturing into a nearby town renowned for its festive atmosphere. Laughter rang out between us as we wove through the crowded streets, our cheeks flushed from bubbly champagne and the chill. We ended up at an old gathering spot, a seemingly abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town, where rumors of clandestine parties swirled. A flickering neon sign hung crookedly above the entrance, casting an eerie glow on the snow-dusted asphalt beneath. The boarded-up windows exhaled shadows. We gathered there, drawn in by the thrill of raw, unbridled adventure. The grimy door creaked open to reveal a surprisingly festive atmosphere. Flashing fairy lights twinkled against the raw brick walls. As drinks flowed and time slipped through our fingers, the evening became a pulsating blur, laughter and music, melding into a chaotic whirl. But, as the clock neared midnight, a strange hush fell upon the gathering. The excited chatter stilled, replaced by nervous murmurs about the building's history. Stories of those who had disappeared, their dreams halted within these ghostly walls. Someone suggested a scavenger hunt in the bowels of the structure, and within moments, my friends rallied behind the idea. Buoyed by excitement and a false sense of invincibility, the atmosphere shifted. The hallway leading deeper into the warehouse loomed ahead, shrouded in darkness, except for the flickering lights at its mouth. Silently, we formed a line, my heart thrumming in tandem with the distant beats of the music that faded the further we ventured in. The smell of dust and something more rancid filled the air as we made our way through the narrow corridor, shoulders brushing against the textured walls. Stale air clung to my lungs, making it harder to breathe. But I pressed on, driven by exhilaration. "Hey, are you coming?" My friend Jenny waved me forward, her laughter like a bell, cutting through the tension thickening around us. We rushed down crumbling staircases, exploring empty rooms, some adorned with lingering graffiti, others veiled in darkness, like shifting memories. But soon the laughter dulled, and a watchful silence fell over our group, prickling at the back of my neck. The first sign that something was wrong came when I heard Danny's voice, a panicked whisper echoing through a wide, empty hall. "Guys, come here. You need to see this." We exchanged worried glances, but followed. Turning the corner, remember my heart sank into an icy pit. Written in bold, erratic strokes across the wall in a shade of deep crimson was a single word. "Run." "Very funny," I said, forcing a chuckle that faltered in my throat. But the nervous glances darting between us highlighted the thread of fear weaving its way through the group. The music from the party outside had faded, swallowed by the oppressive silence that suffocated everything. My sense of dread morphed into something sharp and acrid as we picked at the clues littering the floor. Broken bottles, splintered wood, and discarded garments that told invisible tales. Suddenly, the laughter seemed hollow, buried under the weight of uncertainty. And unseen menace lurked in the shadows, gathering its strength. As we huddled closely, Jenny pulled an old encased newspaper, flipping from amidst the debris. The headlines screamed of disappearances. Young adults, vibrant souls who had vanished into obscurity, with no trace left behind. The last sightings were all marked at this very warehouse, pages tinged with haunting images of smiling face and grave dates. "Let's go back," I suggested, panic solidifying the words. But before we could retrace our steps, the sound of scuffling rang from above, dragging back the tension that had spooled taut in my chest. It was a noise directly above, a muted thud, as if something or someone was pacing. The dread twisted tighter around us, sheer terror coiling into our minds as instinct kicked in. Primal survival instincts ushered us towards an exit we could no longer see. "It was up there," called out Dave, his voice shaky. We turned our collective gaze upward, watching as the shadows moved slightly along the rafters. Headlights pierced through the cracks of the rotting structure, causing panic to erupt. Just as we were about to bolt, the floor beneath us trembled, jittering like a string about to snap. And then the lights, those deceivingly warm fairy lights, flickered one last time before plunging us into darkness. Whispers surged, rising as the fear grew stronger, throaty and gleeful, echoing against the walls, as if the warehouse was alive. I felt myself pushed forward as if driven by an invisible hand. But it was only Jenny clutching my sleeve. urging us to flee. The sound of my friend's shouts spiraled into chaos, screams bouncing off the confined space like sedated bats. We stumbled in a haphazard retreat, narrowly missing a toppled shelf as we rushed down the hallway. But the way out began to warp, twisting and folding into a maze. Panic crested in my throat, and as I reached a fork in our path, my legs faltered. "Where's Danny?" I cried, realizing the shuffle of footsteps had ceased. He had been beside us, but fear covered the ground like fog, muddling our reality, consuming us one by one. "Go! We can't wait." Jenny's voice propelled me forward, but I hesitated, torn between loyalty to my friend and the instinct to escape. In a moment thick with terror, I whirled around in search of the closest exit, finding my breath setting the pace as adrenaline flooded my veins. I could hear the rhythmic pounding of footsteps behind me, indistinct yet very much alive, pushing me into an unfamiliar corridor. Then I was outside. The winter air licked my face like a fever, yet it welcomed me even as it mocked my helplessness. The sound of chaos plagued my ears, but I was outside, my world reshaped by the beckoning moonlight. It was over. I was free. But freedom came with a price I dare not confront. Days turned into nights as I retraced the event, a jigsaw puzzle of fragmented recollections and haunting silhouettes grasping at me. The police found no trace of my friends, no body, no calls for help. Only echoes of memories consolidating rumors about a hunt that never ended. And despite my best attempts to forget, something dark would descend over my sleep. Each night, dreams bled into lucid terror when I would find myself back in that forsaken place. The whispers curling around me like ominous coils, snaking down the corridor toward a door that was never really locked. One night, propped up against the wall of my dimly lit room, I discovered an old mixtape hidden beneath a pile of clothes. The cover was a dull sheen, the name of the band written in flowery letters I couldn't recognize. Hesitation quivered in my spine as I pressed play, each distorted note resonating with the memory of that one night. But it wasn't the sound of music that filled the air. Instead, the recording melted into the sounds of rustling and distant cries. A stark symphony of terror that surged through me chokingly. With a tremor rising from where I sat, I flung the tape across the room. I had escaped the warehouse, but its hold remained severed from reality. A labyrinthine echo of dread waiting to reclaim me, waiting for that one night to pull me back into its sinister embrace. And just as my heart ceased its frantic race, a soft knock echoed softly through the darkness, just once, but it reverberated through the stillness like a beckoning whisper, a reminder that some doors were never meant to close. Story 16. The wrong house. The wind howled outside, a mournful cry that set my nerves on edge. I was nestled deep into a warm plaid blanket on my couch, a soft glow from the flickering fireplace, casting playful shadows on the walls. My hand clenched around a mug of steaming cocoa, and I let the warmth seep through my fingers, the taste of chocolate a comfort on this cold autumn night. The world outside was dark and dreary, and streetlights flickered like dying fireflies, struggling against the encroaching chill. The clock struck 11, echoing through the silence of my home. I turned the page of the dog-eared mystery novel in my lap, losing myself in the words, when I heard it. A sudden knock at the door. It was sharp, quick, caught me off guard. My heart drummed in my chest, a relentless beat that echoed in the stillness. I set my book aside. Curiosity piqued, yet a cold lump of unease settled in the pit of my stomach. Another knock, this time louder, followed by a muffled voice. "Hello? Is anyone in there?" Dread mixed with the other feelings swirling in my chest. We lived in a secluded area where neighbors were few and far between, and anyone found knocking at this hour felt wrong. I approached the door slowly, peering through the peephole. A frigid wind licked at my face as I squinted into the darkness. All I could see was a shadowed figure, hunched and trembling. "Please, I'm lost. I need help," came the voice again, high-pitched and almost childlike. My instinct screamed to turn back to lock the door, but the humanity in me pushed through. What kind of monster would leave a kid stranded in the cold? Reluctantly, I bolted the door, my hesitance evident as I pulled it open a crack. The teenager stood there, wind-blown hair framing her face, dark eyes wide and glistening with unshed tears. She looked to be no older than 16, clad in a thin hoodie and jeans that hugged her frame. Cold air flooded into the house, wrapping around me like icy fingers. I thought I was close to my friend's place, but... "May I come in?" She stammered, shivering, her teeth chattering slightly. Despite my better judgment, I opened the door wider. "You can come in, but you should call someone. We're your friends." "Me? I don't have a phone." She stepped over the threshold, her presence filling the room with a strange tension. "It's been a while since I've seen anyone I know. I think I took a wrong turn somewhere." I nodded, gesturing for her to take a seat on the couch. "You can warm up by the fire? Can I get you something? Hot chocolate?" The corner of her mouth twisted into a weak smile. At that moment, she looked so vulnerable. "That would be nice, thank you," she replied, wrapping her arms around herself, curling into a ball. I turned to the small kitchenette, filling a fresh mug with hot cocoa, and felt the weight of her gaze on me. The crackling fire filled the space with warmth, but an unsettling feeling lingered over me. The questions piled up in my mind. How had she gotten lost out here? Why was she out alone in the woods? Returning to the couch, I handed her the steaming mug. She embraced it gratefully, clutching it to her chest. "You're really kind," she said, looking up at me, her eyes flashing with something. Was it gratitude? Or something more sinister? "Everyone deserves help," I replied with a shaky smile. Settling into the armchair opposite her, we sat quietly for a while. The only sound the soft crackle of the fire and the muted sipping of cocoa. I watched her with growing unease, my mind sharp with suspicion. But my heart tried to beat the dread away. She looked harmless enough, but the longer she lingered, the more I felt something was off. "Do you live around here?" I asked after a few moments, trying to fill the silence with conversation. It was a mistake. "No, I was visiting some friends. I got lost after the party," she said, her gaze narrowing as though she were deep in thought. "Where was the party?" I pressed, my instincts telling me to dig deeper. A lost girl at this hour seemed less like a coincidence and more like a dangerous riddle. "It was at a cabin out by the lake, but I left early. Didn't like the music." She shrugged, the tone of her voice almost dismissive. "I just wanted to get home, but things went strange. I wandered off." As she spoke, I could see the flickering shadows on her face, masking what lay beneath. "Did something happen at this cabin?" I asked, my voice almost a whisper. She hesitated, her eyes darting to the shadows before she locked her gaze on me again. People were acting weird, like different. The air grew heavy, and I felt a chill creep down my spine. A deep pit formed in my stomach as all the horror stories I had ever read manifested behind my eyes, each revealing memories of darkness and wrongness. And this felt all too familiar. An unsettling thought crossed my mind as I glanced at the window, the storm outside raging, while the storm within my chest grew unmanageable. I thought I heard faint whispers in the distance, almost indistinguishable over the sound of the wind. Perhaps this whole thing was a trap. "You said you were lost. Was anyone looking for you?" She shook her head violently. "No, I mean, I think your friends must be worried, I interjected, trying to formulate a safe exit for myself. I don't care, she snapped. But her expression shifted again, revealing a flicker of desperation. I just want to stay here for a bit, please. As she leaned forward, her face illuminated by the firelight, it revealed something dark in her features. There was a part of her that seemed distant, not fully present. I recognized that expression. It was the same one that prey used when it danced on the edge of survival. I tried standing, but the anxiety weighed me down. I think you should let me call someone for you. Suddenly, the inviting warmth of my home began to feel suffocating. I turned away for just a second. When I looked back, she was standing too close, her breath hot against my neck. The mug trembled in her hand, cocoa spilling onto the floor. "Why don't you want to help me?" she whispered, her voice accusing, yet laced with an eerie silkiness. I was suddenly struck by the realization of the late hour, that no one ever comes by this way. Memories of the news floods back to me. The girl who had gone missing last month, just days after attending a party near a lake. It was a hushed whisper in the town, something too close to home. Instinct kicked in. I took a step back, fumbling with the phone on the nearby table. The police were only a call away, but she lunged forward, her hand shooting out. "Don't. You can't tell them." The firelight cast grotesque shapes on her face, her features warped and distorted with something unholy. In that moment, all pretense shattered. I backed away, but she followed, her movements faster than I expected. I bolted for the door, but she caught my wrist. "I just want to be safe. You can help me." Hysteria clawed at my throat as I wrested my arm free. I swung the door wide, completely ignoring the frigid air pouring in. "Get out!" I shouted, my voice reverberating through the silence. She paused, a flash of something flickering behind her eyes. Something dark and predatory. "You don't understand. You don't know what they want." "Who?" I pressed, heart racing. Her lips twisted into a cruel smile. "The ones who come for the lost. They want you to join them." With a final pang of fear, I shoved her out the doorway and slammed it shut, locking it with trembling hands. The dull thud of her body against the wood echoed through my mind, still as I pressed my back against the door, trying to catch my breath. But the whispers returned, shadows shifting against the windows, the night falling darker. The wind screamed outside, drowning out my thoughts. But as the minutes slipped by, I sank to the floor, wishing I could forget the girl who was never lost at all, who had only been sent to draw more inside the dark. I didn't dare look out the windows. I didn't want to see if she would return, or worse, if others might follow. For now, all I could do was listen, the faint scratches against the door, the whispers drifting in from the dark, and hold the blanket tighter around me as the night deepened, ever more sinister. Story 17. The texts at midnight. The moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the quiet suburban neighborhood, its silvery light dancing through the trees and illuminating the patchy grass in front of my apartment. I had just sunk into the comfort of my couch, a bowl of popcorn resting on my lap, prepared to binge-watch a mindless horror movie as the clock ticked toward midnight. But as I settled in, the sharp ping of my phone broke the silence, disrupting the calm evening. It was an unknown number, one I didn't recognize. Curiosity combined with a tinge of unease as I picked up the device. I squinted at the screen, the stark white letters leaping out at me in the darkness. "You shouldn't have let me go." It wasn't the kind of message one expected to receive at such an hour, especially from a stranger. I stared at the text, a cold shiver crawling up my spine. I hesitated for a moment, debating whether to respond. Seconds turned into minutes, and my heart raced at the unsettling thought. Could this be a prank? My hand instinctively sought the comforting embrace of a nearby blanket as I opened my contact list, keying in the name of my ex, Haley. My throat tightened. Could this be her? A twisted attempt at reconnecting. I had cut ties after our volatile breakup, fearing her unpredictable nature more than anything else. The screen lit up with a flood of notifications, just as I was about to lock the phone and brush it off. Another message arrived, followed swiftly by another. I felt like I was trapped in a macabre game, each ping deepening my sense of dread. You think it's over? It's not. I'm closer than you think. My hand trembled, the phone nearly slipping from my grasp. Who was this person? What did they want? As I opened my messages, the name came crashing back to me from the fog of distant memories. Paula. My heart sank as I recalled her tragic fate from over a decade ago. Paula had disappeared without a trace, her absence haunting our small town, leaving whispers of horror and speculation in its wake. Even now, no one knew what had happened to her. I could feel the tension in the air thickening, a presence lingering that prickled at my senses. The shadow of Paula's disappearance hung darkly over my thoughts, and it felt wrong. No, it felt sinister. For her name to appear in conjunction with these chilling texts. You remember me, don't you? I could hear Haley's voice echoing in my head, sharp and accusatory. You're just gonna forget about her? Just like that. She'd always had this uncanny ability to manipulate emotion. And even now, I felt her weight in the air. My fingers hovered over the keyboard as if suspended by an invisible string. I typed and deleted my response several times. Finally, I texted back, "Stop messing with me." Who is this? The response came almost instantaneously, as if they had been waiting with bated breath. You really don't know? How sad, how lonely. Cold sweat dampened my brow. With each message, a stranglehold of anxiety gripped me, and I felt an overwhelming urge to flee my apartment, to escape the unseen threat that now felt palpably real. But the urban expanse outside felt even more suffocating, like a prison where shadows stretched and skulked, waiting to pounce. I glanced out of my window. The street lamp flickered, casting ghostly silhouettes on the pavement, the night whispering secrets that sent ripples of fear coursing through me. I picked up my phone. For possibly the umpteenth time. You're not safe. I can see you. Don't turn your back. I gasped, the weight of those words hanging heavy in the air, like a thick fog that obscured everything. My mind flickered with images of Paula. The laughter that echoed around the school hallways, the rumors swirling after her disappearance. I had been friends with her once, just like so many others. We had all hoped she'd run away, start anew somewhere far away. Yet somehow, I knew in every fiber of my being that it wasn't possible. She was still lost to us, consumed by whatever darkness had claimed her. Fingers shaking, I dialed 911. The operator answered, her voice calm and collected in the face of my mounting hysteria. I whispered, almost incoherently, explaining the texts. The urgency of my fear at being watched, hunted even, but the dull thud of panic reverberated in my chest. The operator told me they would send someone out to check on me, but all I could manage was to slacken the grip on my phone, the device slipping toward the couch. This was too odd, too surreal. I glanced at the time, 12:37 a.m. Less than half an hour since the first message, but it felt as if the hours had crawled by in slow motion. I rose cautiously, reaching for the curtains, a part of me yearning to see what lay outside, to affirm that nothing was lurking in the shadows. As I stepped toward the windows, another chime pierced through the panic. A new text, more ominous than before. "You'll regret this. You think I'm playing a game. Could this be a dumb trick from a high school friend? But then again, if this was Haley, she never was one to let go easily. The dark truth was that our relationship had left emotional scars deep in my psyche. And the escalating fear now felt like a living entity, feeding on what was already inside me. I drew the curtains as one last line of defense before returning to my phone, checking for any missed calls or notifications. Yet I was met with more darkness, the glow of the screen illuminating only a loop of despair. You were the last one to see her. The world around me fell away. The shadows shifted in the corners of my room, each darker than the last, carrying the weight of memories I thought I had buried. The panic splintered through my mind. What had I done? What did I know? Paula had been my friend, a light snuffed out too soon. I stumbled back, desperately trying to grasp the threads of reasoning that were spiraling out of control. Did they mean Paula? Did they know something I didn't? Right then, I heard it, a sound that cut through the thick silence, a soft tapping. I turned, heart leaping to my throat as my eyes darted toward the window. The curtain trembled slightly, as if someone were trying to peer in. I froze, my breath hitching in my throat. When the tapping persisted, it morphed into a frantic scratching, nails against glass. Someone was outside. I aimed for the door, prepared to bolt. My phone buzzed again. I hurriedly seized it, certain the wretched messages had to be done. I glanced at the screen, and what I saw stopped me in my tracks. "You should have saved me." The scratching intensified, a gut feeling twisted within me, urging me to act. I unlocked the door, swinging it open, and was immediately enveloped by the oppressive stillness of the night. If I was going to confront whatever waited outside, I had to be quick. To shake off the lingering specter of dread, I stepped forward, adrenaline coursing through my veins. But when I turned the corner, ready to shout into the night, all I found was an empty street. The air felt heavier now, laden with the secrets of the places around me. The street lamps casting long shadows on the pavement. The same fog slipping through the cracks of the world. As I pivoted back, another text came in. "I'll be waiting." Heart pounding, dread curling. I staggered back inside, shutting the door against the invisible menace. I locked it tightly, feeling the weight press down upon me. The suffocating grip of the unknown. I slid down to the floor, holding my knees close. I had to consider my next move. Even as the midnight hour wore into the early morning, a sensation gripped me. The night was far from over. Unless I could discover the meaning behind those texts and resolve the unsolved threads of Paula's disappearance, it wasn't just memories haunting me. It was something worse. The gnawing feeling that I was not alone, that I was followed. Just the beginning began to end. And as the clock ticked on, I knew I would have to face my past. Whatever had come looking for me was waiting for its reckoning. Story 18. The Locked Diary. It was a humid late summer afternoon when I stumbled upon the old oak chest in my grandmother's attic. Dust danced through the beams of muted sunlight, filtering in through the cracked window, illuminating particles that seemed to float in time. The chest was adorned with intricate carvings, worn down by years of neglect, and it called to me, a whisper wrapped in mystery. As I pulled the chest free from its corner, I noticed the lock, tarnished and ancient. A different hue than the wood that surrounded it. It seemed almost a challenge, daring me to unlock the secrets hidden within. My curiosity ignited. I rummaged through my purse, finally retrieving a multi-purpose tool. With a few agonizing scrapes, I broke the lock, its metallic clink echoing through the silence of the attic. Inside, I discovered a collection of dusty knickknacks. An old pocket watch that had long stopped ticking, yellowed photographs of smiling faces, and lace gloves that felt like whispers upon my skin. But it was the diary, leather-bound and embossed with gold lettering, that lay beneath it all. My breath caught in my throat as I gently lifted it, a sense of foreboding rushing through me. I tucked the other items back into the chest, closed it, and carried the diary downstairs, where I sank into the comfort of my grandmother's old armchair. The house was quiet. The kind of quiet that felt unnatural, pregnant with unspoken words and repressed memories. I could hear my heartbeat as I fumbled with the diary, setting it upon my lap, the texture of the aged leather cool against my fingers. Its pages were secured with a lock, small but resolute. I retrieved the pliers from the multi-purpose tool, gripping the lock tightly. With a swift motion I twisted, and the lock gave way, landing on the floor with a dull thud. I opened the diary hesitantly, the pages crackling like old bones, and in that instant, I breathed in the scent of history. Musty, tangy, infused with old regret. The first page was blank, but as I turned to the next, words began to unveil themselves. My grandmother's slanted handwriting sprawling across the lined paper. It was as if she had poured her soul into every stroke, and with each turn of the page, I felt the air grow heavier, charged with a chilling energy that promised revelations. The entries began innocently enough, detailing mundane aspects of her life, the garden she tended, the weather, and family gatherings. But then, things took a sharp turn. The ink became frenzied, the handwriting more erratic, as if fear gripped her hand. The entries spiraled into disarray, filled with mentions of dark figures lurking in the shadows, of missing family members who became mere whispers. In the hallway, June 14th, 1974, read one entry. James was here again tonight. I saw his shadow crossing the backyard. Mother says I'm imagining things, but I swear he doesn't look the same. And a familiar pang of dread prickled my skin. I had grown up hearing vague references to James, my great-uncle, who had vanished mysteriously decades ago, his absence woven into family lore like a tattered thread. But in my grandmother's confessions, it was clear there was something darker at play. As I read deeper into the diary, the entries grew more desperate. My grandmother detailed clandestine meetings with family members who were missing, people I had known as mere tales. "They appear in my dreams," she wrote on July 3rd. "Their faces are twisted, elongated, their eyes hollow. They beckon me into the woods, urging me to follow them into the darkness. Tonight, I will go. I must know what they want." Chills crept up my spine. What could possibly be so important that she would risk her life? My fingers trembled as I turned each page, unveiling more layers of insanity and fear. The words spoke of a family curse, whispers of an ancient pact, made long ago that required a price, a sacrifice, a life taken to satiate a dark hunger. August 16th, 1974, my eyes flew over the line, heart hammering. I cannot hold it in any longer. Last night, I saw her, Marianne. It didn't look like her, but it was. Hollow echo begging to be freed? I refused. I cannot be with them. I must not. Now they come for me in the night, the shadows crowding my bed. The more I read, the more I began to feel the oppressive presences that my grandmother described. Each entry, uncovered secrets that bled into my reality, like chilling whispers creeping from the pages and settling in the corners of my mind. The vivid descriptions conjured haunting images. Shadowy shapes weaving through the trees, sinister figures in the darkness, heavy breaths replaying in the quiet. And then I reached the last entry, dated September 1st, 1974. My heart sank as I read the frantic scrawl. It comes for me. Tonight is the night it answers. I can hear it in the walls, calling my name in the wind. I must warn the others the missing must not be forgotten. If you find this diary... The entry abruptly ended, leaving a blank page that echoed her final words. Was my grandmother trying to reveal something about my family? Or was she too a victim of the curse that hung over our lineage like an unrelenting fog? The questions battered within me, urgent and terrifying. I closed the diary, the sensation of dread swelling like a storm in the pit of my stomach. The attic felt too close, pressing around me, shadows elongating into twisted forms. Suddenly the silence shattered. The creaking of the old house sounded different, like whispered voices rising through the floorboards. And my heart thundered as I found myself unable to move. Then it came. A low, mournful wail that spiraled through the air, tightening around my throat, begging to be heard. I stood, uncertain, as the shadows clung tightly around me. Memories of family members long gone flashed through my mind, their faces now marked with fear. Driven by a primal instinct, I fled the armchair and raced towards the stairs, clutching the diary to my chest. The wails continued, growing louder, more insistent, as I hurried past the childhood drawings that adorned the walls. I tore through the hallway into the living room, desperately scanning the space, hoping to find reality still intact. And in that moment, a familiar name slipped through my lips, a name I had lost in the annals of my family's history. James. What happened to him? Where was the rest of my family? As I turned to flee toward the door, the air grew heavy again, and I felt the shadows shifting, pressing closer, whispering secrets that were not meant for me. The diary slipped through my fingers, landing open on the floor, an invitation back into the darkness. The wail morphed into a cacophony, a symphony of lost souls crying for recognition. As the shadows coalesced, I paused, glancing back at the diary. In its pages lay the remnants of an unspeakable truth, one that beckoned me deeper into the family's dark legacy, urging me to heed the warnings concealed in ink. But at what cost? Story 19. The Unmarked Graves. The sun hung low in the late afternoon sky, casting long shadows that twisted and stretched across the forest floor like skeletal fingers. The deep green of the pines formed a whispering wall around us, imposing and serene. I had convinced my friends to join me back at a childhood playground that had become a core fragment of my deepest memories, a spot that clung to me like a ghost. Years ago, during one of those blustery autumn afternoons scented with decay, I had wandered into these woods. I was merely looking for adventure, the simplistic thrill of discovery. My young imagination had run wild with the possibilities. Maybe a clearing with a treasure chest, or a strange rock shaped like a dinosaur. I found something entirely different. A cluster of unmarked graves half hidden by tendrils of ivy and curling roots. Even back then, the sense of something unspeakable had crawled under my skin, making me feel small amidst the larger voices of the earth. Now, as I led my group deeper into the dense thickets, each pulse of laughter faded to an unsettled hush that filled the spaces between us. My friends, Rachel, Tom, and Lily, chattered excitedly behind me. I could hear the faint, almost imperceptible whispers echoing deep in my memories. "Are you sure this is the right way?" Tom asked, moving up beside me while he brushed off imaginary dust from his jeans. He was always the skeptical one, more grounded than the rest of us. "It's here, I swear." I remember the gnarled tree, the feel of the earth. "Just a little further," I promised, suppressing the unease bubbling in my chest. The wood seemed to shift and murmur in response, an unsettling energy twisting through the air. When we finally arrived at the clearing, I stood in eerie silence, momentarily overtaken by memories. The grave markers had faded from my mind, replaced only by the feeling of dread that knotted in my stomach. "Era," I said, pointing to the spot where I vividly recalled the mounds of earth, the clumps of grass that had clung to them. But as we stepped deeper into the clearing, my breath hitched. The ground was disturbed. Two freshly upturned patches marred the sacred stillness. Those unmistakable signs of something once buried were exhumed, their secrets snatched from the grasp of time. My heart raced, and I felt a chill slide down my spine, a premonition of some unseen eyes watching us. "Wow, someone's really had a digging hobby," Rachel joked nervously, kicking at the loose dirt with her sneaker. Laughter, barked by the anxiety in my gut, bubbled out, turning into an awkward sound that then faded into complete silence. As I approached one of the disturbed sites, something sharp caught my eye. A rusted locket gleaming in the slant of daylight. With trembling fingers, I picked it up. The cool metal felt unusually heavy, and the feeling deepened as I examined it closer. Inside was a photograph. Though faded, I could just make out the image of a girl with wide, terrified eyes. "Hey, check this out," I called to my friends. Tom, ever the skeptic, approached slowly, his expression shifting from intrigue to concern. "Isn't it wrong? Just wrong to take things from graves?" he murmured, glancing over his shoulder like he was being watched by something lurking just beyond the trees. As we debated whether to leave the locket untouched or add it to our collective collection, a cold wind swept through the clearing, rustling louder than before, drowning out our voices. The trees, their silhouettes morphed into something darker and sinister, as if they were leaning in to listen. I felt a sudden urge to leave, rooted partly in fear, and partly in some primordial instinct, driven to protect us. But I was also unable to ignore the pull of secrets lying beneath our feet. "Let's split up and search the area," I suggested, my voice quaking behind the bravado. The looks they exchanged told me that I wasn't the only one feeling the apprehension shifting in the air, like forgotten memories clawing to be remembered. "What are we really hoping to find?" Lily questioned, unease threading through her tone, as she plucked nervously at her sweater sleeves. "Maybe there's a map or something. I need to understand what happened here," I said, though I wasn't certain of my own intentions anymore. Under the cloak of our own trepidation, we scattered through the clearing. I wandered, knees brushing through the damp undergrowth. The air thickened, becoming stifling as shadows crept deeper into the groves, ensnaring me in a dance of forgotten souls. I could almost hear whispers, faint echoes of voices long silenced by the earth. A laugh, a cry, a wail. It was all mashed into one haunting melody, each note plucking at the strings of my reason. Each step deeper felt like a demarcation into another realm, another time. The forest darkened around me, the sunlight struggling to penetrate the thick canopy, and I could see shapes moving in the corners of my vision, flitting behind the trees. I turned sharply, but nothing awaited me except the gnarled, trembling trees. "Guys," I called, but only echoes returned from the treetops. A rustling to my right caught my attention. I stumbled forward, heart racing. As I rounded a trunk, I stumbled into Rachel, sitting cross-legged, staring wide-eyed at a patch of earth. "Did you see that?" she gasped, her voice barely above a whisper. "What?" I asked, suddenly overwhelmed. She pointed, and slowly, as though entranced, I followed her gaze. There, amongst the dirt and roots, lay what appeared to be bones. Those of small animals, yes, but weighed against the shifting fog of my panic, they twisted into something far darker. It was a macabre tapestry woven over centuries. This was a graveyard of lost lives, lost stories still carrying the weight of unspeakable grief. "Oh God, we have to go," I urged as the wind began to howl, shifting violently, furious at our audacity to unearth its secrets. But it was too late. With a bone-chilling crack, the branches above snapped, heaving like the grasping hands of the damned. I felt the forest reel. The ground trembled beneath our feet. In that dreadful moment, shadows danced in grotesque movements, surrounding us in a euphoric frenzy. "Run!" I screamed, propelling us through the trees. The laughter from before morphed into screams, wild and disorienting. The very fabric of the forest felt alive, closing in to suffocate us. All that we had uncovered was now manifesting itself in the form of malevolence. Panic pushed us forward, stumbling over roots and thickets, until we broke through the tree line, collapsing onto the familiar hillside facing the sunset. We lay still, gasping for breath, the woods seemingly retreating in the distance. They don't want us here," Lily whispered, her eyes full of terror. Rachel clasped the locket tightly in her hand, as if that simple object could shield us from what we had disturbed. "Some stories aren't meant to be retold," I muttered, clutching my knees to my chest. As we gazed back at the forest, shadows slowly dimming, we swore we could see figures watching, eyes glinting in the twilight. The dread that coiled tightly in my gut was not merely leftover fear. It was a sense of reverence for the lives that had breathed here once. A reminder that some graves are meant to stay unmarked, and some whispers should never be heard. And as we stumbled homeward, heavier than before, I couldn't shake the weight of the locket as it pulsed between my fingers. A silent promise that the past would echo on, and that the woods would always wait. Story 20. The Fragile Painting. In the dim light of an early autumn evening, the air thick with a creeping fog, I unwrapped an old painting I had inherited from my late grandmother. She was a woman of peculiar tastes and eccentricities, often crafting vivid tales of her youth with the sharpness of a seasoned storyteller. When the family spoke of her, they often whispered of the shadow that followed her, a darkness implied but never named. The wooden frame was ornately carved, each swirl and vine imbued with the artistry of a time lost to the ages. Yet what captivated me most was the image itself. A scene of tranquil beauty depicting a serene landscape. Rolling hills under a twilight sky. With vibrant wildflowers splashed across the foreground. Yet even as I marveled, I felt a tug of unease, an electric sensation in my fingertips as they brushed against the canvas. The oil paint felt slick and almost alive, radiating an unsettling warmth. For days, I left the painting propped against the wall, unable to shake an uncanny feeling that it held secrets better left undisturbed. Then one dreary afternoon, driven by insatiable curiosity, I decided to clean it. Armed with a peeling cloth and some gentle cleanser, I committed to restoring the old masterpiece. As I scrubbed, the colors began to shimmer and peel like ancient bark shedding off a tree. Each stroke revealed darker undertones beneath the vibrant scenes, a cruel twist that sent tremors of ice down my spine. A shadow lurked at the edges of my grandmother's world. With each layer I removed, scenes of pure horror emerged. Torn bodies, blood-stained ground, and tear-streaked faces contorted in agony. My heart raced as I uncovered yet another grisly picture. A small figure, barely discernible, holding what appeared to be a battered doll. A piercing scream frozen on its lips. A chill settled in my bones. It was a horrifying contrast to the idyllic image that adorned the surface. I stumbled backward, surveying the layers of anguish unfolding before me. Every time I believed I had reached the final layer, another shock of macabre images would demand my attention. A recurring motif emerged. A twisted tree in the foreground of countless scenes, its gnarled branches resembling skeletal hands reaching out, beckoning me to come closer. I felt as if the painting was not simply an artwork, but a story. My family's story, unfolding in slow, torturous detail. That night, I found myself tossing in bed, haunted by the visions I had unearthed. Every time I shut my eyes, the gruesome scenes replayed behind my eyelids, and the painting began to whisper in the dark. It called to me in hushed tones, echoing with my grandmother's voice, threads of her laugh intertwining with sobs. I resisted the urge to return to it, yet compulsion, a wicked whisper in the recesses of my mind, pulled me back again and again. The following day, I returned to my grim task. As I peeled off yet another layer, a fleeting thought flickered through my mind. Was this truly an inheritance, or a curse passed down through generations? Beneath the final layer, I discovered a surface marred by a deeper, darker palette. A pattern of derision, betrayal, and suffering I had never known. The images were no longer abstract representations of someone else's tragedy. They now bore a ghastly familiarity. Suddenly, an image struck me. A woman on the edge of a vibrant hillside, standing dangerously close to the cliff. Her arms were extended outward, as if in an act of surrender to a fate she had come to accept. As I drew closer, the world around me faded into a familiar haze, and the blood surged in my ears, drowning out the remnants of my sanity. The woman looked strikingly like me. The resemblance made my pulse quicken. I felt a connection, an unbroken thread leading me to her despair. I tentatively reached out to touch the canvas, and a surge of electricity jolted my arm, rippling through my body. Suddenly, memories, fragments buried deep within the crypt of my mind, began to surface. I staggered back as images of night terrors engulfed me, nights spent trembling in the dark, trying to drown out the haunting echoes of my grandmother's screams. As they punctuated my sleep, I recalled the story she had shared so freely about her family's estate. A home filled with tragedy, decorated by vibrant roses and laughter, which all too easily turned sinister. I remembered whispers of my mother's tragic demise. Remarkably, no one had ever revealed the truth behind it. Tucked away in the corners of my mind was a piece I didn't know I possessed until now. She had stumbled upon a betrayal at the very heart of our family's legacy. A bloodied conflict erupting between love and dark ambition, deceit and ruin. It felt as if the painting had entwined itself into my spirit, stretching back through the generations. I could suddenly hear my grandmother's voice, wise yet trembling, warning me to listen, to remember. The more I scraped, the more details revealed themselves, revealing their malevolence. I had trespassed into a domain meant to be untouched. I clung to my sanity as the air thickened with the reek of grief. Driven by a need for answers, I stumbled upon an ancient family journal hidden in my grandmother's attic. The pages were dust-laden, yet alive with her prose, the kind that breathed rhythm into the most dire of declarations. I read late into the night, piecing together a puzzle stitched together by abuse, treachery, and violence. Each entry echoed my nightmares, fortifying my understanding that this painting was not simply a depiction of family misfortune, but a portal to my ancestral trauma. As I fought through the remnants of my terror, a chilling epiphany washed over me. I was the next in line to bear the weight of this dark inheritance. The unbidden legacy of violence ready to draw me into its fold. I cast a final glance at the fragile painting, now a grotesque tapestry pulsating with malignant energy. A primal fear clawed at my throat. I had stumbled onto something ancient, alive. I wrenched myself away, determined to escape the prison of despair it had constructed around me. Yet, as I turned to flee, the painting shifted. The eyes of the painted woman bore into mine, the sorrow transforming into a wicked smile, a haunting invitation to join her in the dark abyss of family secrets. I could no longer differentiate between our souls. In a desperate attempt to disconnect, I grabbed a shard of glass from the broken frame. With one clean stroke, I slashed through the paint until crimson mixed with oil and gouged the canvas, blurring the images, mixing the past with the present. As I ripped and clawed, I felt the heartbeat of the horror quickening inside. At that moment, the room shuddered around me, and I realized the veil separating reality from fiction had begun to tear. I could hear them, the whispers of my heritage, swelling into an eerie cacophony, wrapping around me like a noose. They were calling my name. Ripping away the last piece of the canvas, the room erupted in chaos, the very walls trembling at the unveiling of such treachery. Pictures cracked, shadows flickered, and in the very center lay the dark truth, a mirror reflecting the faces of countless generations. A lineage drenched in blood. My blood. As I finally toppled the painting, shattering it beyond recognition, profound silence enveloped the room. Perhaps I had severed the ties, at least momentarily. But as I gazed into the scattered pieces of shattered glass beneath my feet, I felt the dread-laden weight of inevitability crush down upon me. The whispers had intensified, a wind of dreadful warnings coursing through me. I had only just begun to uncover the infinite layers of my family's curse. Story 21. The Lost Dog. The sun hung low over my suburban neighborhood, bathing the quiet streets in a warm golden light when I stumbled upon him. A scruffy little dog, his fur a tangled mess of brown and black, wandered aimlessly along the curb, sniffing at the mulch and discarded wrappers as if searching for something lost. His ears perked up the moment he noticed me, and his tail started to wag, a reflection of hope and innocence that tugged at my heartstrings. "Hey there, buddy, you lost?" I crouched down, extending my hand to him. He tilted his head, peering at me with big brown eyes that radiated a pleading warmth. No collar, no tag. The realization washed over me. This little creature was alone, and I couldn't just leave him to fend for himself. I scooped him up, and he settled against my chest, surprisingly light and warm in my arms. I named him Scrappy, a name that suited his disheveled appearance, before taking him home. As I set him down in my living room, I noticed how his expressive eyes flitted about the space. A flicker of caution danced behind them, and for a brief moment, I felt a pang of unease. Perhaps I was just projecting my own feelings of anxiety onto him. After all, I had always been a bit of a loner, somewhat of a recluse even, relishing quiet evenings with a book rather than engaging with the world outside. The following morning, with Scrappy curled up at my feet, I decided I should try to find his owners. After scrolling through local lost and found social media groups, I stumbled onto a post titled, "Missing Family, the Hargroves." I clicked it open, my stomach sinking as I uncovered the details that sent chills racing down my spine. The post read, "The Hargrove family has been missing since last week. They left for a camping trip in the nearby Allen Woods, but never returned. Their vehicle was found abandoned at the trailhead. If you have any information, please contact the local police department." My heart raced as I looked down at Scrappy, who had now settled beside me on the couch, his breath soft and rhythmic. Could he belong to the Hargroves? I scanned through the comments, a torrent of speculation, concern, and unanswered questions. The thread included whispers of mysterious lights in the woods and strange sounds echoing beneath the trees that locals claimed were from the night before the family disappeared. Determined to uncover the truth, I called the police department, inquiring about the missing family. They had reported a dog missing. The officer on the other end of the line was cordial but clearly overwhelmed. "I'm going to need to get back to you on that. We have a lot to handle right now," he said, his voice weighed down by fatigue. Nevertheless, I was compelled to take matters into my own hands. I drove to the Allen Woods, the last place the Hargrove family had been seen, with Scrappy anxiously peering out the window beside me. As we arrived, the forest loomed tall and dense, its towering trees stretching up toward the sky like skeletal fingers. The sun fought valiantly to break through the thick canopy, but the ground remained dim and foreboding. With Scrappy on a leash, we ventured down the overgrown path. The air felt heavier here, cloaked with an unsettling silence that penetrated my senses. I paused to listen to the chirping birds, but over them, a strange rustling noise emerged within the underbrush behind us. "Just the wind," I mumbled, turning back to find Scrappy looking deep into the trees. A low growl rumbling from his throat. It sent a shudder down my spine. He arched his back, fur bristling along his spine, eyes fixed on an unseen presence. Despite the bloom of anxiety bubbling in my throat, I pressed onward, struggling to keep my mind focused on the search. After hours of scouring the area for any sign of the Hargroves, I was just about to give in when we stumbled across something unsettling. Buried beneath layers of fallen leaves and branches was a blue picnic cooler, a stark contrast among the browns and greens of the forest floor. Curiosity outweighed my sound judgment, and I approached, forcing Scrappy to stay close. I opened the cooler with trembling fingers, revealing a tangled mess of empty wrappers and a few untouched food items, long since spoiled. A chilling realization hit me. The cooler had clearly been used recently. As I surveyed the area around it, a sense of dread tightened its grip on my chest. That was when I noticed the second cooler not too far away, similarly weathered and grimy. The rustling behind me intensified. I turned sharply, but nothing was there. Only the trembling branches casting elongated shadows. My pulse quickening, I moved back toward Scrappy, who now whimpered, his small frame quaking at my side. As if in response to our unease, the oppressive silence of the woods shifted. The wind picked up, and whispers danced through the trees. To this day, the echoes remain impossible to decipher. Suddenly I caught a flash of movement in my peripheral vision. There stood a figure, devoid of any color. It was a woman, awash in a gray dress torn at the edges. Her hair billowed around her body as if carried by an unseen breeze. Her vacant eyes stared at me. My heart dropped. Panic surged through me, and before I could scream, she vanished. "Scrappy!" I called, yanking at the leash as several unseen forces pulled at me. But the little dog had bolted, chasing after the specter into the trees. "No, come back!" I shouted after him. I raced into the depths of the forest, a cacophony of branches snapping underfoot as I delved deeper into the shadows. The faint sound of Scrappy's bark echoed in the distance, mingling with the whispers that taunted me, tempting me deeper into their grasp. The search turned frantic. I screamed Scrappy's name over and over, desperation clawing at me with every passing moment. The sun dipped lower, casting ominous shadows that seemed to stretch and warp around me. Finally, just as dread threatened to claim my resolve, I spotted him, his scruffy form caught in the thick brush. He was wagging his tail, barking excitedly at something. Someone, just beyond his reach. My breath hitched in my throat as I fought through the brambles to reach him. I pulled him to me, clutching him tightly, glancing around. That was when I saw her again. The woman stood a few feet away, her form now clearer, more defined. With an anguished expression, she pointed deeper into the woods. "Help," she seemed to whisper, though her lips never moved. In that moment, the shadows coalesced all around me. I ran, Scrappy trembling in my arms, unwilling to follow her beckoning gesture. When I burst from the trees and into the open daylight, I could finally breathe again. The feeling of dread receding as I raced toward my car. Hours later, I was back at home, Scrappy safely curled at my feet, yet my mind felt restless. I couldn't shake the vision of the woman nor the horror of the abandoned coolers. Days turned into weeks, and I followed the news out of desperation, hoping to learn what had happened to the Hargrove family. Finally, one evening, a breakthrough arrived. The bodies of the Hargrove family were discovered, tragically lost under the weight of fallen trees. The coroner's report indicated they had perished long before their vehicle had been found. But about Scrappy, nothing surfaced. Months passed, and I came to terms with the darkness that had settled into my heart. Scrappy remained my loyal companion, but every time I looked into his eyes, I was reminded of that ghostly woman in gray, the one who had drawn me into the depths of the Allen woods. I wondered what might have happened if I had chosen to follow her. Perhaps I would have found the truth behind their disappearance. The choice had been taken from me, leaving nothing but unanswered questions. And as the shadows in my neighborhood stretched long each evening, they whispered warnings, leaving me to ponder the deeper mysteries hidden beneath the surface. A reminder that not all lost things are meant to be found. Story 27. The Lock Shed. When I moved to the quiet town of Eldridge, I sought a fresh start. It was far enough away from the chaos of city life, and the quaint, peaceful atmosphere was just what I needed. My two-bedroom house sat on a modest plot of land, lined with ancient oak trees that shaded the yard like a protective canopy. It was perfect, except for one thing. In the far corner of the backyard stood a locked shed, its wooden door worn and weathered. Tangles of weeds surrounded it, and it seemed to recede into the shadows. For the first month, I convinced myself that the time had come for a new life, one unblemished by the past. I barely gave the shed a second thought, focusing instead on unpacking boxes, making new friends, and exploring the town. But like an itch I couldn't scratch, the shed lingered in my mind. What mysteries lay within? One brisk Saturday morning, after a night of restless sleep haunted by strange dreams, curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed a crowbar from the garage, the metallic sheen catching the sunlight, and trudged to the shed. As I approached, a cold breeze swept through the yard, rustling the vibrant leaves, sending a shiver down my spine. I brushed off the chill, chalking it up to a drafty morning. The lock was rusted, betraying its age. I wedged the crowbar into the tiny opening, feeling the metal groan against the wood. With each twist and pull, the lock resisted until at last, with a satisfying crack, it surrendered. Heart pounding, I pushed the door open, the hinges creaking like a voice from the depths. The interior held a suffocating dampness, heavy with dust that glittered in the thin beam of light that peeped through. My eyes adjusted, taking in the items haphazardly scattered about. Old gardening tools, broken chairs, and stacks of moldy newspapers layered the floor. The scent of rot permeated the air. But that wasn't what sent chills down my spine. It was the sight of the walls. Every inch was covered in newspaper clippings, photographs, and various memorabilia that made my breath hitch in my throat. They weren't just any articles or photographs. Each one detailed moments of my life. My graduation day, the first time I had gone for a run in the park. Even a snapshot of me sitting on my front porch, laughing with friends. My heart raced as I absorbed the visuals. Who had done this? The sheer audacity, the perverse joy of documenting my life without my consent, seeped into my bones like poison. My fingers brushed against an old, frayed scrapbook on a nearby table. Opening it revealed pages filled with handwritten notes beside snapshots of my childhood. School events, birthday parties, countless hours I'd spent outdoors. The further I flipped, the more distorted the content became. There were terrifying notes chronicling my nightly routine, the places I visited, even the names of people I had interacted with since moving here. It was as if someone had infiltrated my very existence. Suddenly, a noise from behind startled me. I whipped around, but the shed remained empty, save for the decay and the remnants of a life once lived. Anxiety tightened its grip around my throat. The floor creaked beneath me, and I felt dizzy. The possibility of someone watching, lurking in the shadows, was too overwhelming. Among the photos, I found an envelope, held together with string. Trembling hands unwrapped the string, and I pulled out its contents. The first was a letter, not addressed to anyone, just a jumble of thoughts. You don't understand how hard it is to watch you from afar. You're perfect, and I want to protect you from the world. When the time is right, you'll understand. The words twisted in my mind, unraveling some primal instinct to flee, yet my feet felt glued to the floor. I flipped through more pages. One particularly unsettling image caught my eye. A photograph of my bedroom window taken at night. A shadowy figure, just barely visible. My stomach flipped. I staggered, unable to comprehend how deeply someone had invaded my personal space. The safe walls of my home felt like a cage, bearing my vulnerability for something malicious. With a jolt of urgency, I gathered what I could, stuffing them into my backpack. I needed to confront this nightmare. As I stumbled toward the exit, a creak filled the shed, and I spun to see the door slowly swinging shut. My heart thundered in my chest. I pushed it open forcefully, the trembling frame protesting. The cool air greeted me, enclosing me with its embrace, yet the sense of being watched lingered like an unwanted shadow. I rushed home, fumbling the keys. Panic clawed at me as I scrambled to lock the door behind me, a sense of misplaced safety flooding the room. I paced, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The unsettling reality of being stalked felt surreal, like a cruel dream that clung like fog. Days turned into darkened nights, the shrill sound of sirens echoing in the distance, only deepening my growing paranoia. I spent sleepless hours flipping through the scrapbook and notes, desperately searching for clues or a telltale sign that could lead me to unmask my torment. The weight of it bore down on me until I began to expect their presence, even during daylight. Shadows in my peripheral vision unnerved me. Every rustle, every flicker set my heart racing. On the 7th night, after discovering the shed, I awoke with a start. The sensation of eyes boring into me, jolting me from slumber. I turned on my bedside lamp, scanning the corners of the room. Nothing. Then, a sound from outside. The soft crunch of gravel beneath footsteps. My breath hitched. The pit of my stomach dropped. I towed to the window, heart pounding, peeking out through the thin curtains. My heart sank. It was him, the shadowy figure from the photograph, standing at the edge of my property, staring directly at the window. Time froze. I could scarcely comprehend what was happening. My phone lay still, forgotten in the chaos. I backed away from the window, searching for an escape, a way out. But there was none. He took a single step into the light, and I recognized him, the kindly neighbor, Jason, who had lent me his lawnmower on my first weekend. I staggered back, my breath turning into fragmented gasps. No, it couldn't be. The neighbor who I welcomed into my life had spent his days meticulously plotting my every movement. I felt sick. Paranoia crescendoed into panic. Without thinking, I dashed toward the back door and bolted it shut. The rattle of the doorknob sent my heart racing. I dropped to the floor, desperation clawing at me as I frantically considered my options. My mind swirled in an ugly feedback loop of fear and disbelief, and I wrestled with thoughts of how to escape, how to protect myself from the very man who had welcomed me to this neighborhood. Still panting, I criminalized myself even further, considering my choices, owning my fear manifested in flickers of rage. I crawled to the edge of the couch, discreetly grabbing the wooden baseball bat I tossed there during my move. My environment felt like it was closing in around me, constricting my breathing. But then, in a moment of grim resolve, a primal scream clawed up my throat. I would not be a victim. I would make my stand. The baseball bat felt heavy in my hands, and I stood, bare feet trembling against the wooden floor, alive with fear. I steadied my breath just as a soft tap resonated from the back door, followed by an unrecognizable voice. "Let's talk, shall we?" That voice, smooth, chilling tone, sent chills cascading across my skin. I pressed my back against the wall, heart racing as disbelief washed over me. Should I call the police? But what could I possibly say? The door rattled again, and something inside me snapped. I swung the bat at the door, feeling the weight of it meet the heavy wood. "Get away from me," I screamed, surrendering to the unfolding nightmare. Silence followed. For a moment, I thought I had struck that voice down, put an end to this horror. I tightened my grip, waiting for the confrontation I never wanted. But then I heard it again. This time, overpowering and sinister, quiet laughter, devoid of concern, as if a puppet master reveled in the fate of the play. "Soon enough, you'll understand why I had to." The words echoed in the recess of my mind, trailing off into the distance like a warning siren. As my own fear began to morph into rage, I knew one thing: I would not let him claim me. Not now, not ever. With that resolve ignited in my heart, I prepared myself for whatever darkness waited outside, promising that I would fight back against the shadow and reclaim my life from the depths of that shed. It was the only way to rid myself of the chains that had bound me since the moment I set foot in Eldridge. This twisted narrative would end, whether with lament or triumph, but only if I was willing to confront the monster behind the locked door. Story 23. The Neighbor's Child. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the quaint suburban street where I lived. My neighbor, a single mother named Rachel, approached me one Sunday evening. Desperation etched across her face. "Could you do me a favor? I have to work late tomorrow. Would you mind babysitting Timmy?" I glanced over her shoulder to where Timmy, a bright-eyed boy of 6, played with his action figures in their front yard. He was the sweetest kid, and I often found myself smiling at his infectious laughter. I agreed immediately, unaware that this simple act of kindness would plunge me into a nightmare. The following evening, I arrived at Rachel's house shortly after sunset. The air was thick with impending rain, a dark gray blanket smothering the sky. I carried a bag filled with snacks and toys, aiming to distract Timmy during his mother's absence. Rachel thanked me with a nervous smile before hastily leaving, her car tires crunching the gravel as she drove away. Timmy bounded into the living room, his energy infectious. He was animated as he narrated stories of his favorite superhero, but I could see the flicker of fear in his wide, innocent eyes. As the night wore on, and the storm rumbled outside, I decided to put on a movie. Settling onto the couch, I wrapped a blanket around both of us, and we lost ourselves in a world of animated heroes. Halfway through the film, there was a loud knock at the door, jolting us out of our reverie. My heart raced as I glanced at Timmy. Who could that be? I whispered, fear pinching my chest. I approached the door cautiously, peeking through the peephole. A man, disheveled and wild-eyed, stood on the porch. "Timmy," he called, his voice gruff yet oddly desperate. "I need to see him." My instinct screamed at me to turn him away, but Timmy, who had been listening intently behind me, gasped and rushed to the door. "It's Daddy!" he shouted, his small hands reaching for the doorknob. My gut twisted. Rachel had never mentioned Timmy's father. Something in the stranger's eyes told me not to trust him. "Timmy, wait!" I cried, barely managing to grip his wrist before he could turn the knob. "Who are you?" I shouted through the closed door. "Just let me in," he insisted, his voice wavering, a dark desperation lurking beneath the surface. "I'm calling the police," I declared, reaching for my phone while keeping my back against the door, shielding Timmy. The man's demeanor shifted instantly. The desperation turned to anger. "You have no idea what you're doing. She's not safe. That woman is lying to you." Before I processed his words, the door splintered as he kicked it. In a panic, I pulled Timmy towards the kitchen, whispering frantically, "We have to hide!" We ducked beneath the kitchen table, our breaths held tight, hearts pounding synchronically. The sound of the front door being knocked down echoed behind us, a cacophony of chaos that split the night apart. I could hear him stumbling through the house, calling out Timmy's name with a weary sadness that made my skin crawl. "Timmy, I won't hurt you. Please?" The voice was now softer, more pleading, as if he was switching tactics. "Your mother sent me to get you. You know how much I love you." I glanced at Timmy. His little face was pale, but his eyes were alert, absorbing every word. "Is he bad, miss? Should we stay here?" "Timmy," I whispered urgently, "I need you to trust me. Your mom should be home soon, okay? We just have to stay quiet." Minutes felt like hours as we remained hidden under the table. The man's footsteps echoing through the house. Each creak of the floorboards sent fresh waves of despair crashing over me. Suddenly, the sound halted. Silence hung in the air like thick fog, punctuated only by our shallow breaths. And then, "Where are you, Timmy?" his voice called from the living room. "Come on, let's go home." My heart raced. Timothy's eyes shifted nervously towards the back door, acknowledging the looming threat of the man who claimed to be his father, but felt more like a predator, stalking prey. Moments later, we heard an engine roar to life outside. I felt a wave of relief, until I recalled Rachel had left in a hurry. Had she seen the man? Was help on the way? "Timmy," I whispered in a shaky breath, "we need to get to a neighbor's house." Timmy nodded, his face streaked with tears. We crawled from beneath the table, our hearts clutching tightly to hope. I led him to the back door, the darkness pressing against us like a suffocating blanket. We needed to move quickly. With a deep breath, I opened the door, the cool air rushing in and fueling my courage. "Stay close," I urged him, peering into the night. Shadows danced around us, thick and cloying, as we dashed across the yard towards the neighboring home. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from behind us. He was back. I could hear him breathing heavily, and my pulse quickened. I didn't dare look back, but felt the weight of his hungry gaze on our backs. "Timmy," he shouted, panic cracking his voice. "Please come back." Adrenaline propelled us forward. We rushed to the neighbor's porch, pounding on the door with wild desperation. "Help us!" I screamed, glancing over my shoulder to see him barreling toward us, a glint of madness in his eyes. The door flung open, and Mr. Jenkins, an elderly man with a bushy beard, stood stammering in disbelief. "What's going on?" "Let us in," I shouted, pushing Timmy through while the man behind us called out, "You have to believe me. I'm his father." Mr. Jenkins didn't hesitate. He shut the door firmly as the man collided with it, shattering the fragile piece. "Call the police," I gasped. In that moment, the realization washed over me. This wasn't just an issue of a father trying to reclaim his son. It was a desperate plea fueled by something darker, an allegation of abuse that had twisted the very fabric of trust and deception. The police arrived within minutes, the blue and red lights cutting through the darkness. The man was apprehended, but not without a struggle, and my stomach lurched as I recalled the tales of what could have happened had I not intervened that evening. The police questioned Timmy and me, and while his father was taken away, the air felt thick with uncertainty. It turned out that Rachel had filed for a restraining order months ago, after discovering that Timmy's father had been abusive, not just towards her, but the boy as well. It was a chilling revelation, one that wrapped tightly around my heart, squeezing until I could barely breathe. I returned home that night carrying the weight of those betrayal-laden truths, knowing that my neighbor needed more help than I had grasped. As I lay in my bed, staring at the ceiling, I realized that horror exists not only in the faces of monsters lurking in the dark, but sometimes in those we least expect, including our neighbors. Story 24. The Old Phone. The summer sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the pavement as I strolled through the neighborhood yard sale. I didn't know what I wanted to sale days, so it was a ritual that lived in my calendar, the last Saturday of June, where the residents of Maple Street transformed their front lawns into a smorgasbord of trinkets, antiques, and forgotten items. This year, however, a peculiar object caught my eye. An old rotary phone, its once glossy black casing now a mottled gray, speckled with decades of dust and wear. Its intricately carved base, however, still bore the elegance of a bygone era, and engraved upon its side was a single, simple phrase: "Don't forget to die." Curiosity piqued, I approached the table where the phone sat. The elderly woman selling it looked up at me from beneath a floppy sun hat, her creased face betraying a wealth of stories. "Ah, that phone," she said, her voice a whisper as if afraid to disturb the past. "It only dials one number. It's been in my family for ages. You're sure you want it?" I shrugged, a mix of intrigue and skepticism fluttering in my chest. After all, it was just a phone, albeit an interesting one. "How much?" I asked. "Just $1, she replied, her gaze drifting past me, as if watching the shadows of her memories slip away. I handed her the bill and left with the phone cradled in my arms. Little did I know, I had just bought a ticket to a nightmare from which I could not awaken. That night, I placed the vintage phone on my small writing desk, its black cord coiling like a serpent. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation as I picked up the receiver, expecting the hollow ringing of an empty line. To my surprise, the dial gave a soft click, and then I found my finger gravitating toward the number. Owen. It felt almost like a compulsion, my heartbeat syncing with the rhythmic movement of the circular dial. I spun it, and a familiar tone echoed distantly. Then silence fell. "Hello?" A voice crackled through the receiver, eerie and unsettling. It carried a chilling familiarity. "So, you've called," it said, a note of mirth threading through the words. "Let's talk about your nightmares." I recoiled, my skin pricking with goosebumps. "Who is this?" I stammered, but the voice only laughed softly, the sound tinged with malice. "It's me, your fears. You thought you could escape me. We have a lot to discuss." The voice dripped with dark satisfaction, wrapping around me like a shroud. With the phone still pressed to my ear, A cold terror gripped my chest. "No, this isn't real," I whispered, the resonating tones of my past fears inexplicably coming through the line. "You're not real, you're just a trick of the phone." The voice chuckled, and suddenly it was as if the very air around me had thickened, boiling with an unseen presence. "You, of all people, should know that your fears are as real as you make them. Remember the nightmares? The ones that keep you up at night?" I'd spent my late teenage years wrestling with phantoms of anxiety that brought forth visions of failing, of being utterly alone, of watching those I loved perish in flames. Vivid, horrendous imagery had sprang forth like a spring-loaded trap every night. But I'd thought I had outgrown them. Hadn't I? "I've forgotten you," I stammered, though I could hear the quaver in my own voice. "Oh, have you?" the voice crooned with delight. "Then let me remind you." Without warning, I was pulled into an abyss of memories. The darkness conjured visions of my childhood. Standing in the school hallway, stomach twisted with humiliation as classmates whispered, pointing at me. I could almost feel the weight of their gazes burning into my back, hear their laughter echoing in my ear. An instant flashback turned my stomach into a pit of despair, and I fought to restrain my breathing. But the voice continued its relentless detailing. "The time you lost your mother, it slithered into the edges of my mind. You were so helpless watching her fade. You thought you'd be left alone without a family. Stop." I begged, but my pleas hung in the air like a whispering ghost, ignored. Or the time you were trapped in that car, your childhood friends buckled in behind you. The fire engulfed the windshield, and all you could do was scream and scratch at the door, but it wouldn't budge. You were powerless, a helpless child. "No." I screamed into the mouthpiece, desperate to drown out the memories. "Would you prefer seeing your future reflected in the same flames? Watching another generation fall before your eyes?" An icy chill snaked its way into my spine as I felt the grip of terror cinch around my throat. This was not just a voice. It was a conjuration of everything I had ever feared. The roots of dread twisted together like a briar patch, threatening to suffocate me. Primal instincts kicked in, and in one fluid motion I slammed the receiver down onto the cradle, shattering the connection. Silence reigned, gently broken by the hum of the night breeze outside my window. My heart raced, and I staggered back in disbelief. What had just happened? It couldn't have been real. I couldn't let it be real. But as I gazed at the phone, I felt a pull, an unexplainable compulsion to pick it up once more. In a fit of desperation, I snatched the phone and hurled it against the wall as hard as I could. It shattered into pieces, the finality resonating through the room, like the tolling of a death knell. Panting, I sank onto the edge of my bed, shaking. Then the phone rang. I shot up, heart pounding, glancing around my room. The sound was unmistakable, a mechanical clatter that sent fissures of dread down my spine. A pale glow emanated from the scattered pieces of the rotary phone. I approached cautiously, dread pooling in my gut like a dark well. In disbelief, I grasped a single piece, still connected by a tangle of wires. A flicker of light materialized, casting shadows upon the wall, transforming into silhouettes of figures, distant and fleeting, maimed by the very fears I had just fought to escape. They seemed to call for me, their mouths forming silent screams. And then I understood. No matter how far I ran, or how loud I shouted, my fears were not confined to the past. They would forever claw at the edges of my reality, waiting for a moment of vulnerability, of weakness, to rise. and consume me whole. As the phone continued to ring, resonating with memories that wouldn't fade, I realized I hadn't merely purchased an old phone. I stumbled upon the gateway to my nightmares. In an instant, it was clear. The only thing left for me was to answer. Story 25. The Unseen Voices. The old San Francisco apartment building creaked and groaned, like an ancient being trying to communicate. It was an echo of lives lived before, of secrets left unspoken. As I wrapped myself in the familiar cocoon of my worn couch, the evening twilight caressing the edges of the room, I thought of the life I was building here. The walls were painted a soothing gray, and the subtle aroma of lavender wafted in from the candle I had lit earlier. But peace was a cloth torn at the seams, ready to unravel. It started innocently enough, a faint murmur, perhaps a whisper, creeping out from the walls as dusk descended. At first, I dismissed it as the wind rustling through old pipes, or the building settling, a mere trick of the mind playing against the backdrop of isolation. But as days turned into weeks, the whispers became undeniable. They grew in volume, cacophony that twisted itself into a story I had yet to fathom. I tried to silence it with music, a desperate attempt to drown out the low hum of unseen conversations. Yet the harder I tried, the louder they became, each voice sharper than the knife, slicing through the fabric of my reality. It was a disjointed symphony, voices overlapping and intertwining, snippets of laughter and agonizing cries crashing like waves against my sanity. Do you remember when we lost him? A voice, soft yet heavy, would echo through the wall adjoining the neighbor's apartment. Shh. He'll hear us, hissed another, sharper, more urgent. Each night, the conversations escalated, revealing intricate tapestries of pain, betrayal, and loss, a twisted reflection of my own buried grief. I'd lie in bed, my heart racing beneath layers of blankets, trying to make sense of the phantoms crying out through the plaster. The name, Maggie, threaded through their dialogue, surfacing so often that it sent shivers down my spine. I had no idea who they were, yet it felt as if these voices were reminding me of something I desperately wanted to forget. One evening, unable to bear the weight of my solitude, I resolved to confront the whispers. I knocked on the neighbor's door, the one I believed to belong to the source of my torment. My heart thudded like a war drum, yet I was determined. Perhaps they were sharing something meaningful, something that horrified me yet compelled me to listen. When the door creaked open, I was met by a woman with a sallow complexion, as if her very essence was drained from her eyes. Dark circles under her gaze hinted at sleepless nights, and her hair hung limply around her shoulders like a shroud. Her lips spoke an apology, but her eyes begged me to leave. "Me, I heard you," I managed, stunned by her spectral presence. "Please, it's not what you think." She looked over her shoulder, as if afraid the walls were listening. "It's just memories." "What do you mean?" "Maggie was everything. It's just us now." She waved a hand dismissively, dislodging tears that glittered faintly under the dim hallway light. I felt a shudder of recognition, as if I was tumbling into a past that wasn't my own. I left the woman standing in the doorway, a weak specter of grief. I retreated back to my apartment, a cold hand gripping my heart, feeling her sorrow wrap around me like a funeral shroud. That night, the voices came rushing back louder than ever. The familiar resonance of Maggie's name echoed through the walls, but now there was a horror woven between the lines. Desperate cries filled the air. "We shouldn't have let her go," cried one voice, while the other lamented. "They'll come for us too." Sleep slipped away from me like a thief, and what was left behind was a tightening vice of paranoia. Who was Maggie? And just what had these strangers done to her? The following day, Curiosity overcame the tremors of fear. Scoured online forums and social media pages, searching for the name Maggie linked to my building. After hours of fruitless searches, a peculiar article caught my eye, buried in local history. A woman named Margaret Welling, a vibrant artist who vanished under mysterious circumstances 2 years prior, last seen just outside my very apartment building. Drowning in guilt, the article read. Her friends claim, due to an altercation prior to her disappearance. The last photograph of Maggie was captured mid-laugh in a park nearby, her smile illuminating the frame. I felt an extraordinary grip of sorrow as I studied her face. In her eyes, I saw a flicker of life that had been extinguished too soon. And I felt it was my own life that teetered on the edge of being snuffed out. As night fell again, the voices rose, each night like an ocean wave crashing the shore. She was our everything. Weeping engulfed the air, and the agony pulsed through the walls. I could no longer hide from their pain. Their anguish seeped into the very marrow of my bones. What happened to you, Maggie? I whispered into the darkness, each syllable a candle against the heavy silence. They responded not with words, but with a stillness more profound than the echoes of their fears. I dared to touch the wall, the surface cool beneath my fingertips, and pressed harder as if I wanted to penetrate all the layers that separated me from their truth. Images invaded my mind. Maggie standing in a sunlit room, paintbrush poised, capturing the essence of life on her canvas. Laughter echoing, joy swirling around like confetti. But then the images grew dark, shadows creeping in, faces contorting with anger, and a force pulling her into the depths. I could almost hear her desperate pleas for help. I couldn't bear it any longer. I had to do something. I knocked again, but this time my fist sank into the wood with urgency. The door swung open and I blurred the distance between us, urgency spilling from my words. What happened to her? What are you hiding? The woman's anguish was evident. Her sobs shattered the air. We tried to protect her. We couldn't stop it. What did you do? I pressed, my heart a drum. She took the fall for us. Another voice chimed in, the tone shaking. We lost her, but we buried the truth. My blood ran cold as I pieced together their confession. They hadn't just lost her. They had sacrificed her, torn apart by jealousy, by secret betrayals. The woman, now visibly shaking, grasped my forearm, a silent plea echoing in her desperate eyes. You have to help us release her. What? The rawness in my throat caught like thorns. She's trapped. We're trapped. You felt it, didn't you? The weight of our souls in this place? With every revelation, the walls felt like they were closing in. My burden became their burden. I stepped back, my resolve faltering, until I was enveloped by a chilling realization that threatened to engulf my very essence. It was happening to me. The echoes of Maggie's essence twisted in me, tracing the edges of grief. I'd sense her where they had failed to protect her. I was becoming a vessel for their voices, their lives intertwining with my own. I decided, in that moment, to summon her from the depths, not only to let Maggie go, but to free myself as well. An exorcism of guilt that could unravel the threads that tied us all together. That night, with trembling hands, I gathered candles, lighting them one by one, the flickering flames casting shadows against the wall, as I performed a ritual learned over old photographs and documents. I focused on their pain, weaving Maggie's essence into the incantation. Margaret Welling. I whispered into the dark, my heart pounding mercilessly. I call upon your spirit. Release us from the chains of your sorrow. Moments passed, each second stretching eternally, until the air crackled around me. A blooming rose of whispers slicing through the tension. Thank you, came a voice, serene and strong. resonating against the walls. And then a profound stillness embraced the room, their voices flooding out like water from a cracked dam, leaving an aching emptiness in their wake. I lay against the wall, breathing heavily, feeling the walls uncurl from around me. A release that was almost tangible. As dawn broke through the curtains, tender sunlight spilling into the apartment, the walls echoed only silence. A newfound tranquility, bringing with it the sweet release from the weight of unseen burdens. Maggie's spirit was free, and I had breathed life back into my own, a ghost unshackled from the shadows of sorrow. In the release, perhaps I too had found my way home,